17th Annual ICT Summit, where we're exploring the cloud usage and digital infrastructure delivery. In South Africa, cloud technology is revolutionizing businesses. From startups to enterprises, a fusion of automation, artificial intelligence, and sustainability, shaping a smarter, greener tomorrow. Join us at the 17th Eastern Cape Annual ICT Summit 2023 as we unravel the possibilities, navigate challenges, celebrate successes, and discover how South Africa's tech community is embracing these innovations. At the East London ICC, on the 21st to the 23rd of November, 2023, you will witness how businesses are scaling, innovating, and enhancing public services through cloud usage and digital infrastructure delivery. Don't miss the 17th Eastern Cape Annual ICT Summit 2023.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Molweni, Sanbonan, Dumelang, Abshen, Ndimasheron. I'm not sure, Kamela, whether this is the annual ICT Summit or this is the annual East London ICT Summit. Because if it's an ICT summit and it's a global summit, we should know all official languages. Dumelang, Molweni, Nda. Doc, I'm trying to show you talk, but we must not think that this is a closer thing. Because it just happens, it's hosted in East London. It just so happens, so that you're not confused and say, I'm a closer land. No, you must not be confused, Doc. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2. My name is Andy Lestofile. I'll be your program director for today. How many of you guys were here, Izol? How many of the guys were here, just from the crowd, were here yesterday? Very good. You know, I'm very happy, because it means the majority found enough value yesterday to say that you want to be here today. I'm very happy about that. I'm also happy, we've got our esteemed VVVIPs, which are the young people, and Manglebeke, Ipleza Zabo. We're very happy. Sianamkela, welcome. And you guys, I say deliberately, Nini VVIPs, because right here, right now, we've got Otok by senior citizens. You guys are going to be employing Utok very soon. You guys are going to be the ones who are leading this economy. So we're very here in to make sure that by the time you take over, you guys take over. You take over is not right. So welcome and please take lots of notes. I don't want to be long. The program is going to be very interactive. I just want to set the scene. The program today is going to be very, very interactive. There's a number of panel discussions that we had. Yesterday, I think there was a number of speakers who provided thought leadership. Today, I think we need to take a reflection, and I want to challenge us all, Namhlanje, is to put down, with every single speaker or every single panel discussion, is put down 3 things that we're going to have, that you're going to be able to execute tomorrow. Because a problem that we have, Doc, is tomorrow, I call it the Monday after effect. We go to church, we go to motivational speakers, we go to all of those things. If we get Monday, babalaza from the good times that you had, and you don't know what to do and what to execute because you are so riled up. I don't want this conference. The one thing I know and love about is it's very action orientated. And when executive chairman, when he comes and reflects later on, he's going to give you an account about what were the reflections from last year. and how we took those into shaping the program for this year. So that is continuous, and we make sure it's very action-oriented. So I challenge each and every one of you, just after every panel discussion, 3 things, because I'm going to ask you these things during the course of the day. Number, what are the 3 things that you have taken out? So make sure that you take enough notes, virtual. Prof was challenging, we must be paperless. Yesterday, was challenging, we must be paperless. I don't discriminate. Guys, bala mapalan. Bala mapalan. I'm not discriminating. I'm not restricted to Prof. So with those few words, I just wanted to say I'm welcoming all of you. All protocol observed. I think all the necessary protocols were done. I don't want us into all of those. So we're going to head into the program. So we've got a round table which is titled "The Cloud Usage and Cloud Policy in South Africa," which is basically centered around the DPSA and some of the cloud directives that were issued. And the moderator, Ngusia Mawusi, who's the office manager at Cortex Hub. I'm going to call her up. As she comes up, I'm also going to call on the panelists so that and please, abantu technical, timer, because I'm very clear about time. And I want to just warn, Sia, I want to warn you, I'm sitting there. Just know your time is up. I'm not afraid. You see, the program director yesterday was very lenient. Protocol. I'll get up on stage, so be very clear. We've got things to do. He was very lenient. I'm lenient. So Sia, be very clear about that. So we're going to call up Usia Mawusi, who's the office manager at Cortex Hub, Mr. Lwandile Sotrikwa, the CEO and founder of Sotrikwa Management. We're going to call up Mr. Luvo Gray, veteran yalapha lomfolona man. Yes. Managing Director at EC Internet, Ms. Lula Magaga, CEO and founder of Maluba Technologies, Ms. Siyamthanda Hlobo, CEO and founder of Glam Business and Digital Solutions. Can you give them a round of applause? No. You see, issue. Here's the issue that we're going to face. If we are not going to clap properly and give them a standing ovation every single time, be very clear about that. So when I say, can you give them a rousing, warm round of applause, cooperate, otherwise I should call the program. That's all. Hey, oh man.
Testing.
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 Testing, testing.
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 Testing. Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, and our distinguished panelists. I'm extremely excited to welcome you today to this insightful panel discussion on a topic that is increasingly shaping the landscape of small and medium-sized enterprises. Now, I must correct our Program Director. Our panel is titled The Benefits and Challenges of Adopting Cloud Technology for SMMEs. Now, as our Program Director has said, my name is Sia Mausi. I'm the CEO and founder of Media Mouse. I'm also the Operations Manager of the Cortex Hub Business Incubator and Accelerator. Now, in our fast-evolving realm of business and technology, the decision to embrace cloud technology has become a pivotal one for SMMEs. Today, we gather to explore the profound transformation opportunities, the hurdles that come with this paradigm shift. Now, cloud technology is not merely a buzzword. It represents a fundamental shift in how businesses operate, collaborate, and innovate. Now, as we delve into our discussion today, we'll navigate the various benefits that cloud adoption brings to SMMEs, from enhanced flexibility and scalability to improved collaboration and cost efficiency. We'll also confront the challenges head-on, acknowledging the path to the cloud is not without its complexities. Security concerns, integration hurdles, and the need for skilled workforces are among the obstacles that demand careful consideration. Now, I'm not alone today. Our esteemed panelists are experts in their respective domains, and they'll be sharing their insights, experiences, and diverse perspectives on this crucial matter. It is through their expertise that we aim to provide you today with a comprehensive understanding of the strategic implications of cloud adoption for SMMEs. So without further ado, I'll allow our panelists 2 minutes each to introduce themselves as well as their backgrounds. Sia, I'll start with you.
Good morning, everyone. Molweni Monti. Ninjani. Anisebahle. Igama lami nguSiya Mthanda Hlobo. Ndizalwa eCala. I have founded a company called Eleglam Business and Digital Solutions. This is actually our 7th year. And we work with small businesses. I'm actually happy to see young kids in the room. So what we do is we offer business development services as well as tech. I'm very excited to say that I was introduced in tech when I first attended the ICT Summit back, I think in 2016, 2017, and we've worked with companies. And we've worked and have been sponsored by companies that were exhibiting here, for instance, Microsoft and MTN. So I'm very happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you to firstly, let me thank the Imbizo events team for organizing such a very informative and progressive 17th annual summit. Plastoff, I want to correct you there. You said I'm a veteran. This is my 4th annual ICT Summit. Go veteran. My name is Luvo Gray. I am the managing director of EC Internet. We are a tier 3 internet service provider, working on the unlicensed spectrum band in 2.4 and 5 gigahertz band. We are specifically focusing on connecting the unconnected communities of the Eastern Cape. I also serve as the national president of the National Youth ICT Council, of course for my sins, and then recently I've been elected as the deputy chairperson of the South African Internet Governance Forum Multi-Stakeholder Committee, a committee of the Department of Communications which has a responsibility of organizing different stakeholder groups and in having discussions on public policy matters that concern, how we interact on the internet. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Igama ngulwandile kaSocikwa. I originate or I come from idolophu ekuthiwa singamasela, but I'm changing that narrative today. From Qumbu, that's where I'm born and bred, and I think because I see some learners that are here with us today, it's also meant for me to acknowledge my former teachers, which I bumped into here today. They look very old now, but so I don't want to reveal my age, but they are here. I see Mr. Makaka, who's currently the principal of St. John's College, Mthatha, and Mr. Matoti. So, yeah, it's great. So to the learners and young people, it's possible. Coming to who I am and what I do, I'm the founder of Socikwa Management. Socikwa Management is a consulting business that its focal areas is project management. Project management, we are able to, we design PMOs, we establish, we do maturity advancement and assessments. We are able to resource where necessary, and we are able to provide and guide and advise clients on the requisite and relevant tools, systems that are related to project management. We've obviously upscaled as a business as you grow. We are also now in the space of ED, enterprise development, where we are using the technology solutions that are available to interface. Recently, we've actually been working with the respective cities around how do you provide relevant skills development solutions that can enable the learner to be able to interact with the teacher, with the funder, and also with the user as well. So basically, we're talking about an e-skills development platform that actually, in our view, would actually be the future on how we learn. So thank you so much. We operate in 3 provinces in the main, and very soon we want to be a global business. We KZN, Eastern Cape, and Gauteng. And thank you to cloud technology that has enabled us to be able to operate such broadly and across the country. And I think we look forward to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Protocol observed. My name is Lula Magaga. They call me Lulu Gaga. I am the founder and CEO of Maluba Technologies. My background is in media. I worked for media companies in the background, channels like SABC, companies like SABC, Mnet, ETV, and the last one in corporate was Top TV. I was working there as a sales executive where we were selling advertising space for those companies. But as a curious person, I saw the amount of money we were making for the company, and I told myself one day, I want to make so much money for my own company. So I decided to register a company. When I started, I approached MultiChoice to be an installer for DSTV. So that's where it started. So I started as an installer, which is installing the houses. And then MultiChoice have got 4 levels. They've got level 1 up to 4. So when you start as an installer, you do level 1, level 2, level 3, but level 4 are fast track. Level 4 is fiber. So that's where I am at the moment. So Maluba Installers is doing optic fiber installations for individual homes, business, or maybe let's say complexes. It depends on what is available at the time. So we do those installations, for example, if there's a block of flats, we get a plan, we execute the plan by making sure we build that network infrastructure before people are connected. We build that from scratch. We get the plan, lay the cables, splice, and making sure that the customers are ready to connect. So we also do network cabling, which means if there's no network coverage in other areas of the building, we make sure that there is connection throughout. So the company is at the growth stage at the moment. We've got 2 teams, but depending on the need, we put more people, and we are believing a lot in collaboration, because we see Maluba going far. Because me as a founder, I told myself I'm going to learn as much as possible in this space, because it's a male-dominated space. As a female, sometimes people don't have trust in you, but if I deliver on what I've been given, now that's when people start to believe that this person knows what they're doing. And I'm also willing to give young people a chance to mentor young people to be in the space, because I thought I wouldn't do it, but if I could do it, and which means I can transfer skills to other young interested people that are willing to learn, because technology is needed everywhere. So if I can transfer those skills and give other young people a chance to learn and also run their own businesses, because whether you are at school or at home or in the work environment, you need internet. And it all starts by building that network infrastructure before you get Wi-Fi. So I want to thank Mr. Motsi for this opportunity, because I met him when I was still doing the DSTV. But he kept my contacts, and then I've also been in touch with him that this is where I am, and So when I got this invitation, I was very excited, but I want to thank him a lot for that, and also looking forward, because it's my first time in this space. But thank you so much.
Thank you to our panelists. I'm told that we have one more panelist joining us this morning. Can we please give a big round of applause to Ms. Mandisa Maqingwane as she comes up? Mandisa, can you please introduce yourself before we begin?
Okay, should I introduce myself? All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you, it's such an honor to be here. I am Mandisa Maqingwane. I am born and bred here in East London, in Danzane, and I am a business advisor working for CEDA, the Small Enterprise Development Agency. I've been with CEDA for 15 years, assisting small businesses, and I am very honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mandisa. Now, seeing we don't have much time, I'll go straight into it. I'll start with you, Sia. So, drawing on your own experiences, how has the adoption of cloud technology positively impacted the operations as well as the competitiveness of SMMEs in the Eastern Cape?
Thank you for the question, Sia. The adoption of technology has impacted the operations in businesses in Eastern Cape in that there has been cost reduction. Using cloud is easy to use. And the other thing that I like about using cloud is the flexibility and the convenience. It's very funny that our company runs fully remotely. We have our workers all across South Africa as well as outside South Africa. So it has impacted our company in such a positive way. And you know what? You have access to a complete full range of features and tools that enables remote working.
Sia, Eleglam is a provider of digital solutions. Now, how do you perceive the role of digital literacy in the successful adoption of cloud technology by SMMEs?
Can you please repeat your question? Sorry.
How do you perceive the role of digital literacy in the successful adoption of cloud technology?
It's very funny because yesterday I was actually sitting to the CEO of NEMISA, and I was actually telling him of how excited I am about the plans that they have going into TVET colleges, introducing digital literacy, because when I first came across them was actually with WUSU, I think. They had their program through Coursera, so it was very exciting. In terms of digital literacy in the Eastern Cape, I think we're slowly growing and improving in terms of having young people accessing technology, because I've seen also that IDZ actually currently has a cloud computing program that they have. So we are, as a province, slowly but surely getting to a point where everyone is digitally literate.
Thank you, Sia. I'll move on to you, Luvo. So during the conference, we've been hearing a lot about infrastructure. Considering the need for resilient infrastructure, what infrastructural challenges are unique to the Eastern Cape, and how can SMMEs overcome them when embracing cloud technology?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mouse. So I think the biggest issue when it comes to the adoption of cloud technologies, which is not necessarily a problem which is unique to the Eastern Cape, is the lack of internet infrastructure, right? If you look at the internet penetration rate in the Eastern Cape, both from a satellite, inclusive of satellite, wireless, underground fiber, aerial fiber, and also wireless in the unlicensed spectrum band, we're sitting at about an adoption of about 53%. So what that does is that it limits the adoption of cloud technologies, because in order for you to be able to adopt a cloud environment within your entity, you have to have a stable internet connection. But of course, it's not all gloom and doom, because, you know, in as much as we can say a lot about government, there's quite a lot of initiatives that government has put in place to provide internet services in the most rural communities in the Eastern Cape. I am, privileged enough to be part of the companies that are deploying the fiber infrastructure in the Eastern Cape. I mean, we've been working in Aluwal North and Lady Frey. And if you talk about those two rural areas, those are deep, deep rural areas where you don't even have 2G. I mean, it's difficult for us to even run operations for our guys who are delivering these services on site. We have to literally, find different ways of communication because, they'll send a message updating us on the progress on site and it will reach us 2 hours later. So we've had to find, very, creative ways in order for us to be able to communicate that. So, but of course, with the Eastern Cape broadband rollout, the Eastern Cape government has taken an initiative to deploy, not wireless technology, but fiber, what this necessarily does is that it levels the playing field. A school in Lady Frey can now have the same access, as a school in East London or a school in Nelson Mandela. So this is a huge milestone, right? And of course, the Eastern Cape government is not talking about it as much as it's supposed to be, because of course they want to talk about it when they've deployed all of the infrastructure and all the schools are connected. But because I'm part of it, I mean, I can't not talk about it because it's amazing what this internet is doing to these schools. Because we don't only play on a WAN level, we're on a wide area access network. We also play on a local area network where we deploy the Cat6 cables, which allow the laboratories, the classrooms to have Wi-Fi connectivity. And the adoption of technologies, that we've seen in some of these rural areas is amazing. Kids who've never even, interacted with a tablet are now able to do that because of the internet penetration. So the level of adoption within these rural areas will definitely increase within the next 3 years, particularly when it comes to cloud. Because what that does is that the fiber that is being deployed allows internet service providers like ourselves to tap into the points of presences of Liquid Telecom, and so that we can be able to provide services in areas where we couldn't before. Because, of course, I mean, as small to medium enterprises that are owned by particularly black people, it's difficult for us to get finance from banks so that we can be able to build this infrastructure in these critical areas. Now the Eastern Cape government has built this infrastructure. Now we can easily tap into it and provide services for as little as R5 a day, which we've been doing for the past 2 years. So that will definitely increase. So now if we're talking about the penetration rate at 53%, as we increase the penetration rate for internet in the Eastern Cape, the adoption of cloud technology will also increase. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Luvo. Now, Lulu, when we talk about cloud, we talk about data, and when we talk about data, safety is a very important topic. Now, given the increasing importance of data security, what are the key considerations and best practices for SMMEs when adopting cloud technology to ensure the protection of sensitive information, of course?
Okay, what I would say is that data protection, protecting of data in the cloud is a critical aspect of cloud security. Service providers of cloud and users, they need to implement various security measures to make sure that unauthorized access of data is not breached. So there are elements that are crucial. For example, access control. Access control is very important because you know that, for example, if you are registering, there will be, you'll get a pop-up where is that you, or maybe you get an SMS so that to make sure that the implementation of strict access policies is limited. Also, the data loss prevention. The tools and policies help to prevent sensitive data of being shared outside. Also, the backup and recovery is also important. The regularly backup data to prevent data loss, enabling recovery in case of breaches. disaster recovery plan is also important, because you'll find out things happen. Even if you're an SMME, it doesn't mean that you are safe. Whether you're a big business or small business, you also need to have that so that you are safe. So developing plans to recover data and services in case of those is also important. Also, training of staff is also important. The employees need to be aware that security best practice is important for the organization. For example, if you've got people, you need to have a certain number of people who have got access to certain, I'll just make a typical example. If you buy an item, then we have to exchange. There must be someone who has got that access when it comes to, so, and then also regular updates on the cloud as well. If there's a new, let's say there's an update, also those things are also important, so that the security threats of the cloud. Thank you.
Thank you, Lulu. I'll move over to you, Lwandile. Now, how can cloud solutions be tailored to address the specific scalability needs of SMMEs in the Eastern Cape, considering the diversity of industries in our region?
Okay, thanks so much, Sia. Well, as a student of, you don't come to me twice for the same problem. I would say that you need to start by educating people. So one of the observations that I've made is that as SMMEs, we often buy or purchase these cloud technology solutions or any IT technology solution without even understanding what our business needs are. I think it starts there, that responsibility starts with you as the business owner, that you need to be able to understand what are your IT or technology needs as it relates to cloud technology services. But then it goes on to the service provider themselves, then to say, don't just sell for the sake of wanting to make a quick buck, because in the long run, it catches up with you, you lose its credibility, and then you are no longer relevant to the SMME that you are you want to sell your cloud technology solutions to. So, to me, as a start, you would need to be able to have more extensive education to SMMEs, business owners, about cloud technology solutions in the Eastern Cape. My learned friend has mentioned that majority of SMMEs are unable to access cloud technology services because of lack of infrastructure and access. But I take it further to say that majority of SMMEs in the Eastern Cape do not even know and understand the cloud technology solutions that are available. Then from there, you can start to speak about customization, tailoring the solutions for them. Which then brings me to the second point to say that from my experience, in terms of lived experiences, as I mentioned that I run a business that one, information and data security is one of the key aspects that I need to make sure that it preserves. Two, being able to access information anywhere and anytime is quite critical. Three, having a robust internet capability are those three things to me as a business that became key because of the nature of the business that I run. But as a broader general comment, so obviously you would have infrastructure as a service, one of the platforms that you could be able to go to in terms of cloud technology services, which then allows you to be able to have the virtualized IT solutions or service infrastructure that you need. Also, the techies, like my learned friend would speak about platform as a service, which then offers an integrated IT service related solution, which is what my type of business would be able to leverage on, because it gives you both the infrastructure that you need on the cloud, but also it allows you to be able to have reliable access and the security that you need. But also the last one around software as a platform is another option, which my understanding that many SMMEs could be able to explore. The last one that I want to bring in, which is not quite big currently in the country, particularly in our region here, is communication. How do you, communication as an integrated platform, because it's another cloud technology platform that you could be able to leverage on. It then it enables to respond to organizations or SMMEs that are in the services sector, government services, and all of that. So now, looking at the various sectors that are around, you speak of manufacturing, agriculture, and so on and so forth. To me, I think the point of departure would always be to say, what industry are you operating in and what is suitable for you before you even actually decide to procure, but obviously align to these solutions that I've counted. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So now, the last question before we open the floor for questions is for Mandisa. Mandisa, given the economic landscape of the Eastern Cape, how does the adoption of cloud technology contribute to the financial inclusion of SMMEs? And what initiatives or financing options does CEDA provide to ensure that small businesses in our regions have equitable access to these transformative technologies?
Thank you for the question. I'm pleased to hear that government is already ahead in terms of implementing the infrastructure that's required, because I think that lays the foundation so that people who are in business or wanting to start businesses are then able to adjust and to adopt the new technologies. There is no ways about it now. We're going digital. In fact, we are already in that era. So unfortunately for our province, the areas that we operate in are majority rural and townships and less urban. So as already mentioned, there's lack of infrastructure, lack of information, and lack of resources. So those are the challenges that these people are facing, above not even understanding what are all these changes all about. Like if you say cloud technology, first you have to explain what are you talking about, and then people can be able to then think and strategize. I mean, you're not expecting everyone to do things that are high tech. You just want your spaza shop person to be able to know and understand what are the things that they have to do in order to be in line. And you just want somebody who's a chisanyama, who's doing agriculture, like you mentioned, to know what are the things that are out there and how can it assist them. So as CEDA, we are definitely interested in people making sure that they are educated, trained, and they have access to these things so that they can be able to scale their businesses up, and so that they can be able to be included. CEDA has about 290 incubators that are digital and nationally. These are in urban, the small amount of them are in urban spaces, but the majority are in townships. Unfortunately, there is not a lot here in the Eastern Cape, so I am inviting people who are willing to make a change. When you see those adverts looking for digital hubs to be opened in the Eastern Cape, do apply. There's an example where there was an advert for an incubator incubators to be set up and funded by CEDA, and from the Eastern Cape, only one person applied, and that person was automatically approved, and the incubator was opened. So, so I'm making a plea, please do respond. And how will you know that these things are out there? You must please follow us on our social media platforms, and you will not be left out. So we are definitely in this space, and we've been doing this for a while. If you are a business already operating, we are there to say to you, come to us, then we'll talk about what are you doing, where are you at, are you using old technology, are you wanting to scale it up and introduce new technology, then we will see what we can do for you. We even have a technology transfer fund, which is only up to 1.2 million, but it will make a difference. It's a grant funding up to 1.2 million. It funds technology transfer, nothing else. So you are welcome to apply for those services. And just generic non-financial support that we are able to do is, for example, we've been doing a lot of productivity improvement interventions for small businesses. If you have your operations, you are a factory, you have operations, and you want 3D technology, you want to buy software, whatever software you need so that you can do things better, to introduce precision. We are there to support you. We pay for that, for the cost of that technology which you need. This is just an example. There's a lot we do. At CEDA, we always say we try to make your life easy as an SMME every day. So we do not have a menu list of these are the things we do. We invite you to come, talk to us, and then we respond to your needs. Yeah, so I'm hoping that I'm responding to your question.
Yes, you have. Thank you so much, Mandisa, and thank you so much to our panelists. Wow. I'm sure we have some burning questions from the audience, so we'll open the floor up for some questions. I see a hand. Can we get a mic on the floor?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And I'm an SMME as well. I'm an entrepreneur. My question is to Sis Mandisa. Sis Mandisa, you mentioned that you guys, as UCIDA, have got incubation centers that focus with digital adoption, and you only have one Upper Eastern Cape. What are some of the challenges that you have seen from a CEDA perspective that anybanazo in terms of rolling out the incubation centers that have already been rolled out? What are some of the challenges that they have in terms of impacting SMMEs when it comes to adoption of digital technology? And we've also found that, I've also found that, I know there's an incubation center that CEDA funded in PE, T3 incubation, and some of the budgets, Babenazo, have been cut in terms of support. What would be some of the reasons for those? I don't maybe want you to be specific to T3, but when you do cut budgets that on incubation centers that you were supporting, what is some of the reasoning behind that? And the last question, in terms of adoption for SMMEs, what are some of the other plans that you guys have in terms of training, maybe as part of management training, including a curriculum that will have digital adoption for some of the SMMEs? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. Your first question, I think some of the challenges that the SMEs then face, even though there's an incubator supporting them, is sometimes it's not easy for, if it's a startup concept and they go to an incubator and they go through that phase, then it's usually not easy for them to then go and stand on their own. So they take long to transition from the incubator. They take longer than what we would like for them to transition and stand on their own. So you find that you're continuing to support them further after they've graduated. And also, they definitely face the challenge of the cost, because you need capital in order to be able to implement these technologies. So they need funding, or they have lack in that area. So to answer your question, those are some of the challenges. And then you mentioned the funding that does not continue for an incubator. Okay, so I think what happens is that usually there's a contract that's been signed with that organization that's setting up the incubator, and it's not for an indefinite period. So there's usually a period, maybe 3 years. The funding would be for 3 years, and then after that there will be no funding because the incubator is expected to then continue without that funding support or seek elsewhere the funding support. There is no way that we just pull it out. It will be a planned activity. So, and then training, in terms of, we do offer technical skills training, but like I said before, you would need to come to us and say, we need this technical skills training, and then we understand why you need it, and if it makes sense that we should impact that for you, for your business to move forward. Yeah, so we don't have a curriculum of any particular training except for business skills courses that we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandisa. Do we have any more questions?
Yes, Program Director. Yes, Program Director. Thanks for the opportunity. You are speaking to Stembiso, Program Director. I'm from the deep rural of the Eastern Cape, in a small town, call it Eliodale. The Eliodale and Mkandoli, they are not same as Qumbu. They don't carry out guns, they are on technology. Program Director, I'll just go straight to Usita, Usismandisa. Firstly, I must appreciate the presentation for everyone from the panel and the opportunity to give us an information. Sismandisa, you are saying you've got 290 digital hubs in South Africa and one in the Eastern Cape. I think the transparency will help us. If SEDA could just tell everybody that they do not have a budget, instead of coming up with nice things that are not happening. I'm the product of SEDA, firstly. And on the call-outs for those hubs, we applied. It was unfortunate that I decided to choose the information center for OR Tambo. And out of those calls, even today, we've never received a communication from SEDA telling us that we've been awarded or we've failed. Furthermore, even those that they were awarded on the previous call, I think there was one in Port St. John's in the deep rural of the Eastern Cape. The information center that was awarded in Port St. John's, it is not even operating as we speak. And the terms and condition of the contract was saying they will render the service when the need arises. Now the SEDA are not providing the need to that center due to the financial crisis that SEDA is experiencing. We should have a transparency in this hall. The provincial head of SEDA, I've been phoning him without even responding to the emails. Lastly, before I sit down, I think Utata Wakukumbu, he is saying, as SMMEs, we've got a challenge for finance. That is a naked truth. And even if you face any governmental institution that is supposed to assist SMMEs, you will not get a support. Going forward to SEDA, SIFA, from the Department of Small Business and Enterprises.
Sorry, sir, I'm going to have to cut you off there. We are running out of time.
It's a last one, ma'am. It's regarding the finance. I'll try to be quicker. SIFA and SEDA, under the Department of Small Business, they've got a funding for rural and township development, which is administered by CIFA. The challenge there, the requirements, if CIDA could engage the sister partner to remove the red tape, because that red
Sorry,
tape...
sir, I'm going to have to cut you off. We're running out of time now. So
No, ma'am, you're giving us this opportunity to present our challenges, but you don't allow us to speak. It goes back to the transparency, because what you are saying is not happening on the ground. You must give us an opportunity to express what is the challenge to us as a small businesses than cutting us a half.
Thank you, Program Director. Since we are running out of time, I'm going to allow each of our panelists to give one last comment before we close it off.
So today we're talking about cloud technology, and there's one thing that I'd like to mention is that cloud technology has become more essential to sustain successful businesses. However, SMMEs don't have budgets. That I think Budi touched on it a little, is that we don't have enough budgets. We have limited budget and resources to ensure a successful transition. Careful planning and implementation can help overcome cloud migration challenges, and we will be able to reap the benefits of remote infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just as a parting shot, if we look at the stats, South Africa sits at about, we're one of the top 10 countries in the world which has the highest data breaches. When an SMME on the ground hears that information, they'd rather store their data on premise rather than on cloud, right? Because they think because a cloud provider is an international company, they're more susceptible to data breaches. But what I can put to you is that it's much safer to put it there, because on-premise is a much more, riskier position to store your data, because it may be stolen or anything could happen to it. So I want to implore, small to medium enterprises to adopt cloud technology, because, as you scale your business also, you'll be able to store and be able to run your business more efficiently with cloud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sia. My closing remark will be as follows. One, I think as small micro medium enterprise owners, it was said yesterday, I think one of the speakers said that running a business you are not a charity case, which means that there's a significant amount of responsibility as a business owner that you should take. Among others, as an enterprise practitioner, it's important to say that it is always important to identify a gap in solving a problem where it can be able to allow your business to yield, to function and operate sustainably. That is the first part of being in a business or running an SMME. Coming to your comment, that what you would want us to make, I think to me, my own business is a lived example of the benefits of cloud technology. I don't think that there would be a Sotigwa management that operates on a global, on a national and continental scale if there was no cloud technology. With all the security concerns that are raised, but I think to me, we need to appreciate that cloud technology really allows us as small businesses to scale up and be able to function, and also be able to start to compete with even the big boys when it comes to the services that we offer. We are a consulting business, but we start to see clients coming in that conventionally would have gone to all the big consulting businesses. But because of how we are agile, and that agility is brought to us, among others, through cloud technology. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and thanks again. Bye.
When it comes to cloud technology, I would say as SMME, it has helped a lot, because you'll find out that there's a briefing somewhere and you are on site. With cloud technology, you can connect and be able to, to connect to that particular, let's say it's a what to call that platform, yeah. So another thing, there's also, let's say there's also like hybrid, which means You don't have to be there. You are given an opportunity either to connect online or something like that. So cloud technology is also, those are the advantages of cloud technology. Thanks.
I've been saved by the bell. Okay, thank you so much. I think I've already said, as CEDA, we are there to try and see how we can move forward with everyone. We sometimes get information from you, our clients, in terms of which direction we should go. So it's very important that you come forth. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as our program director has indicated, our time is up. Please help me thank our panelists today with a big round of applause as we walk them down.
No. No. Please sit down. Please sit down. Yabona, just for control, ne? We were very clear about how we clap hands in this room. They are not going to get off the stage up until you give them a rousing round of applause. Can we just do it properly? That's all. I get. Ababantu is a breadwinner where they come from. That's why they must get a rousing round of applause, because they're breadwinners. Mhlekazi, do not think Indoba was cutting your question. So let me just give you, just very, very quickly, some principles I live by. The one is the quality of your life is based on the quality of the questions. So ask quality questions, and you will see how your life is going to change. That's number one. Number two, the conference, let me give you, challenges on us, I'm not cutting you. We've got Usis Mandisa apa. Omelba umbizi lekaleni, right? You've expressed your questions. We're not negating what you're saying. Umbizi lekaleni, to hold her to account. Kwanamhlanje. And in fact, if she is not helping you, you've got the executive chairman who's organized this meeting or this gathering. You escalate up, because next year, Chair, I want Indoba, he must come and be a panelist up to reflect on how this summit has helped him to accelerate its digital transformation. So I want him to be on the panel. So the third thing, and I'm going to ask, I've got no sense of protocol, I don't give a damn. I've got no sense of protocol. Now, I'm going to ask, Indoba, when we ask you questions, 3 principles I mentioned yesterday, BBG. Who remembers BBG? Who remembers? Be brief, be bold, be gone. What are the 3 B's? What's the first one? B? Chonga, don't be that person who's about the state of the nation up. Usniki historical context or Tambo and how the movement was for. This is not that party. It's not the kind of party. We move. Someone will lie in. We now move on to the next agenda item, which is the cloud usage and the cloud policy in South Africa. And we are very privileged to have panelists, which I will call up. Mandalen moderator Ngumadlomo, so Ms. Nosisa Penga, who's the provincial ICT project manager in the Eastern Cape Office of the Premier. We are going to ask then, Indoba, as she gets up, Mr. Siyabonga Makibi, Executive Director at Microsoft, Mr. Nation Matigiza, who's the Chief Technology Officer in the Eastern Cape Office of the Premier, Umadiba, Mr. Vuyani Jahana, CSIR and ECTC Board Chairperson. We've got Mr. Luvuyo Keise, Non-Executive Director at CETA. We've got Mr. Katekani Shabati, General Manager, ICT Security at the State Security Agency. And last but certainly not least, the Acting DG, E-Government Service and Information Management at the Department of Public Services and Administration, Mr. Zaid Abubakar. Can you give them a round of applause so that they can come up? No, don't come up, in fact. A round of applause a week. Can you give them a round of applause, please? Jonga, a round of applause up until they're all seated down. The breadwinner is. The breadwinner. A round of applause. Do not stop. Do not stop. Let's continue.
Okay. Thank you, Stoff, for that introduction. You look ravishing, as always, Mzala. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We are now going to start our topic on cloud usage and cloud policy. But firstly, I would like to thank Imbizo Events for inviting me to host this panel discussion of experts in the field of ICT. My name is Nosisa Benga. As Ustov has said, I work for the Office of the Premier here in the Eastern Cape. But in the streets of social media, you might see that they call me Lolo, but don't believe them, okay? I'm very excited to be hosting a panel discussion of accomplished executives, and I'd like for them to educate us on the elements of our topic on cloud usage and cloud policy. We're also going to discuss the one policy by the DCDT. We are going to discuss the two directives by DPSA, one on information security and another one on cloud computing and cloud usage. And if you have any questions as the audience, you're welcome to jot them down and we'll give you a chance to ask them later. Let me start with you, Mr. Matibi, next to me. So in your speech yesterday about the role of AI in cloud computing, you promised that you would talk more about data sovereignty during this session today. So the floor is yours, sir. I've come to collect. What is data sovereignty? What are we talking about when we talk about data sovereignty?
Good morning, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Program Director, for that question. I think, as I indicated, data sovereignty primarily relates to where data resides. The way cloud works is that cloud is essentially works on a combination of data centers that are located around the world. Those data centers are connected through the internet, and the primary purpose of those data centers is to process and manage data. So when you contract with a cloud service provider and hand over their data to them, you sort of hand over your data to them, that data could reside anywhere in the world. So cloud is not designed traditionally in the sense that the data center that keep your cloud, if you're in South Africa, then your data will reside in South Africa. Cloud is not designed like that. It is designed to ensure that your data can be located anywhere in the world, and you have access to it just like it's residing in East London. There will always be issues of latency and other technical issues, but the bottom line is that technically it could be anywhere. So data sovereignty really speaks to a government requirement that when you do give your data to a cloud service provider, that data must remain within the borders of South Africa. So we do have that in South Africa as a requirement. The directives that were issued by DPSA speak to data sovereignty. So if you're a cloud service provider in South Africa and you are handling specific government data, because commercial data, as an example, for instance, does not have that same requirement. So if you're mentioning, if you are managing specifically government data, that government data has to remain in South Africa. It has to be protected in accordance with legislation like POPIA and other legislation that apply in South Africa. So data sovereignty relates really to data residing in South Africa. It relates to that data being managed in accordance with South African laws. So that's what really data sovereignty is all about.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Majipi. So Mr. Majipi is talking from a point of view of the private sector and also a cloud service provider. We're also going to hear perspectives from CETA, perspectives from the State Security Agency. I don't know what hat you will be wearing, Mr. Chahan.
I think probably both hats. Both hats, okay. But actually, I want to wear the hat about a pro-consumer hat that says there are laws and rules that are helpful to protect the consumer or the citizen, but some of those laws they could be hurtful, but also helpful, but they could have unintended consequences. So I raise this because it's going to be very difficult to think that every country in the continent is going to have a hyperscaler within its own economics. Some countries are very small. Now, I think this issue about data sovereignty needs to be thought about by countries in a different context. Perhaps the United Nations needs to deal with this. If you look at the sovereignty, an embassy of a country is even in Belgium is a South African space. You can't raid it. There are protocols that are doing international law to govern those spaces, which are becoming international spaces. Once you get into that space, the country can't attack you because you are in what is defined as an international zone, so to speak. Now, we have to think about this by saying, shouldn't we not be adopting similar protocols around data storage and hosting, where hyperscalers, regardless of where they are no longer in a zone of that country, but they are in the United Nations protocol zone where you can host it in that area. So the country of the land country cannot use up data hosted in that hyperscaler. So, because if you do that, you're starting to deal with the issue of costs. Because when you do sovereignty in boundaries, then you are driving up costs, because some countries in the continent cannot afford to have a hyperscaler. But there are protocols in the political world and geopolitics that can be adopted and put into technology. And this is the issue that I think nations need to talk about, because I think it's an important thing. The sovereignty, if the country is conquered, then they cannot take your data if you are fighting with Magipi's country. But then if the hyperscaler, he doesn't control it, because of the convention in the United Nations, even if his country is fighting with my country, he can't use up my data at the level of the UN protocol, so to speak. So I'm just saying, once you do these things, they look okay protecting, they have unintended consequences. So I'm kind of carrying the consumer hat.
Thank you for that, Mr. Jaka. And I think one of my questions was actually going to be, who is the rightful owner of this data? I mean, if you are going to say that you are going to keep this data within the boundaries of South Africa, do you really own this data? As government, for example? Maybe, Provincial CIO? Is government the rightful owner of this data that it so wants to keep within the boundaries of South Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. My understanding is that data can be classified into different categories. So, for example, you have data that is generated from the social media. It's in terms of the UN regulations, that data can be accessed by whoever. But there's data that government generates, or data that has got the confidential aspect of it. That one must really be protected, because as you know, big data has got economic and political benefits. So data must be protected so that those powerful nations that have got ability to extract and mine it at the expense of the ones that cannot, must not abuse that facility. So that's why it's very important. So that data that has got that degree of confidentiality and personal information and all that, that is definitely data that must be protected, and the POPIA is very much into that kind of data. So that data must really be protected. But as I'm saying, the data that is generated in the social media, it's a bit difficult. Most of it is not very well protected as like the personal data that we generate. But you must also understand that we've got a lot of devices. Your tablets, your phones, your laptops are generating information every time you are using them. And because of that, there's a plethora of data circulating around, created every day. And when we are considering data sovereignty, we must also be thinking about those areas, the plethora of data generated, the classifications of data, the confidentiality, and all those factors. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Ma'am, perhaps maybe can I clarify that? Sorry, nation.
Okay, go.
Any data that is used to transact with government is government data. Please read the law. And government is responsible for that data. Also, please read Chapter 3 of the CETA Act. I know my neighbor will also talk about NIA. Also, he must read Chapter 3 of the CETA Act. CETA is accountable by law to ensure that that data is protected. Hence, you talk data sovereignty. We'll talk all the 4 sovereignty implications, but let's sit on the one now. Data sovereignty is not a mistake. So also when you talk the Africa thing, yes, we've agreed with all African ministers, all the 54, even last week in AfricaCom. So now once you talk of data sovereignty, yes, we know there are only 7 tier 4 data centers or hyperscalers in Africa. 4 of them are in South Africa. So hence we also talk about regional data sovereignty, meaning there is already an agreement with the 54 ICT ministers. I'm an advisor to my minister also. Leave the fact that I talk for CETA now. That CETA, or the country South Africa, will then become the one that provides data sovereignty, at least for our region. ECOWAS is looking for us to do that. West Africa is looking for us to do that. And wherever other African enterprises, be it your MTNs, be it others, they go up. There was also that agreement to say, can we then use South Africa as the sovereignty for that country, for Rwanda, for argument's sake, with Patrick, the Minister of ICT, that's exactly what we're discussing. To say we know there is no hyperscaler in East Africa. Can we then be able to provide that service for you? We are also having similar discussions with ministers of intelligence. To say we know, I know you'll talk CRC, to say we know what you don't have, but we know what we have in South Africa, and we want to further develop it, secure it, regulate it, so that we can provide guarantee and safety to Africa and the development of the peoples of Africa and the technologies of Africa. So we'll talk about that perhaps at some point, so that you understand the harsh view or the protection type view which multinationals accept when it's Europe that put those laws. Let it be an African country, everybody jumps. But I'm here to explain why we put those laws and what is it that we have done as our government. Perhaps I'll leave it there. Any data that transacts with government is a government data and has to be protected likewise. Maybe I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Casey. Maybe we should go back a bit. The draft national data and cloud policy that was released for public comment in 2021, okay? Maybe then you need to share with us just briefly, in summary, what it's all about. But before you do that, I just want to come to you, sir, DPSA, your point of view. Yesterday, when I was just preparing to go to the gala dinner, I got an email that is asking us to comment. Now, this policy, this draft national policy was released in 2021, so this is, what, 2.5 years later. How long does it take for these policies to be finalized and legislated? And maybe just take us through the process of a policy development process up until it's finalized and legislated, just briefly.
Well, I think, thanks for the question. I think maybe we need to ask my colleague from DCDT. It's their policy, it's not a DPSA policy on data and cloud. However, we work together. And I think what we're trying to do as a country is to find the right space that we want to work at. Bearing in mind some of the situations that were spoken about yesterday, I think Prof. Paddy's presentation was quite hard-hitting. And that's the context within which we need to decide what we want to prioritize. You see, we can decide that we want to be very strict about some of the issues that colleagues have mentioned, right? But is it going to assist us in terms of our current situation now and where we want to go as a country? Right? We've got to draw a line in the sand and say which ideals and which concepts and which ideas do we want to be religious about, and which ones are we prepared to take some risk in order for us to progress as a nation. So I think from a DPSA perspective, we've tried to be practical in terms of the cloud, right? And in fact, we've introduced very little that's new, other than to say, you must, as every department, you must consider the cloud first. Before you make any investment, and it's not about being pro-cloud, it's not about supporting the multinationals and supporting the technology. It's about the situation on the ground that I think Nation will talk about when he says that in departments, in branches, in home affairs offices, in social development offices, in the areas currently, you are sitting with old and outdated infrastructure, and there's no money to refresh it. Colleagues, there's no money to refresh it. So we have a choice. We continue to run with the old and outdated infrastructure that's failing, or we take an approach of saying we want to use the best technology and use the cloud in a responsible manner. And I think these decisions are decisions we have to take as we have these discussions. Where do we want to draw the line in the sand? Africa is absolutely important. The multinationals take advantage of us, even today, with respect, my colleague from Microsoft. But you are correct when you say, when Europe sets GDPR and says you must, organizations simply comply. When it comes to us, we are the last in the chain. I mean, the discussion on AI, when you just look at the release of AI platforms, Africa's last. We haven't got it yet, right? But I think we have to think about what are our priorities currently as a country, as a government. And for me, cloud is really accelerating. And so we should support it, but we should support it in a responsible manner.
Thank you for that, sir. Mr. Gay, sir, just briefly, what is this policy about? What is this draft national policy on data and cloud?
Perhaps let's simplify these things first to say, please Google the Digital Economy Master Plan of South Africa. That was developed in 2020. I know you were there. I was administrator of SITA by then, by the former minister, Stella Ndabe. It is still the one that must be implemented by everybody, including DPSA, DCDT, and everyone, including a municipality. It has 6 broad things that the country talks to, including cloud as number 6, as number 4. AI as number 6, and a lot of other things that sit there. So that we understand where cloud comes in. Right? And all the regulatories, the number 2 and the skills. So it's there, you can Google it, you'll find it. If you can't find it, I'll be outside, I will share it, or I'll give it to Chache to share it. But it's a straightforward document that explains what is it that the country is planning to do, so that we stop talking as if the country has no view, has no clue. We are very decisive as a country what we need to do. But where we fail is on implementing that. So if you then take cloud as number 4, because the whole point is to say the contribution of the digital economy to the GDP needs to grow from the 9% to at least the 25% of the GDP. In other countries, your contribution of the digital economy to GDP is at least at 30% and above. And there is a reason for that. If you look into that, you talk on economic development, poverty alleviation, and everything else. That 75-page document explains it in detail. So in cloud, that policy, because these things come from there, it says then clarify on cloud policy, what is it that the country is standing for. So it was simpler. We are then saying there must be a public cloud for public cloud services, where your Microsoft, your H3C, your all cloud providers, your AWS can provide public cloud services. There is no law in the country that stops them from doing that. Right? Excluding your government cloud and your security cloud, which we've already invested simply in the last 2 months. We've just procured a cloud infrastructure for 2 billion for a security cloud. We are signing the contract next week for a security cloud. So it's not fiction. It's what the country is doing already. Right. And then for a security cloud, which will inform my friend here and the others, we are talking there. But where the challenge is that your cloud service providers then want, instead of providing your public cloud services, by public means public, it's non-government security, it's non-security one. It's then a discussion to say, Mr. Nation for Eastern Cape, you seem not to have a clue about how to manage your enterprise architecture. Let me then move your government service also to a public cloud offering. That's a disaster. If you can't even know your enterprise architecture today, I can ask him as a CTO for the province. I highly doubt he can give me an enterprise architecture for the Premier's office, let alone for the province. So if you start moving things over to a cloud and you have no clue what you have, it's worse than legacy. Read the article by Mark yesterday on cloud migration. We seem to be moving from legacy to cloud without understanding what is it that we're trying to do. We are moving from being locked on legacy to being perpetually locked on cloud forever without a plan on how to get out of a cloud infrastructure. So simply, as you migrate to cloud, start planning on how to get out of that cloud. Simple example, look at what SAP did to Russia. When they were on an SAP cloud offering, one day they switch off. You have no access to that cloud offering. By one decision, by one company, by one gentleman in Germany, the whole government is switched off. And two, you then go to cloud providers, those that lock you, that says you must use my infrastructure, you must use my applications, you must use my ecosystem of partners. If I want to lift and drop this application on another infrastructure, you can't. I must bundle everything. I know he's going to talk to that. So as a country, because I'm very clear in terms of my role as an advisor to the minister, we can't. I might like Microsoft Teams, but I must have the right to say, I want to lift and move Microsoft Teams from a Microsoft platform infrastructure to a CETA-developed infrastructure for the protection of the state. I should be allowed to do that. I'm not buying your servers. I am buying that application power. So where that moves, I must be allowed. And DECO also, we are watching what's happening in America. The legislation they are passing, simply that says, if you are domiciled in America and FBI is having an investigation about Mr. Vianney Jaha, and that data sits in a data center in Johannesburg, as FBI, I have a right to get there and take that data. That's the current legislation. And I'm saying, what then happens to us in data sovereignty as a country? There is also another one, which America is also working on, to say, if you are then running on an infrastructure from Asia, it might be H3C, it might be Huawei, we will block you from putting an application from America. So you can't run SAS, you can't run Oracle, you can't run anything from a company that is domiciled in Africa. Then where is our freedom? The SMMEs, the innovators, the developers, will they ever be able to develop anything? Or they must then be told, only develop this that we tell you. So our cloud policy then is about clarifying those things, providing boundaries. To say, if it talks to government, sorry. If it talks to security, sorry. Our country rules are clear, we don't joke. If it talks about public service, it's okay. Because the sovereignty of our country and the development of our people, because this thing is not about buying technology, it's about development of the ecosystem, the economy, to ensure innovators that are here can develop systems that they can sell anywhere else. And they won't be stopped by somebody else tomorrow. So that's what we look at when we make the laws. But I'll leave my friends.
Okay, before you, Mr. Chahana, let's give our security agency a chance to speak. But your question is around the directive for the information security by DPSA. What is your role there as the state security agency? Did you contribute to that directive? How are you going to make sure that it gets implemented? What was your role in this directive?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, moderator, for that question. So I was actually going to start by giving a lowdown into what state security agency is, but it seems like my neighbor here has clearly articulated our role. Our role is not to be paranoid, although we do get trained a little bit on paranoia, but it's for a good reason. And that reason is to protect the national interest and the sovereignty of data of government. So the exact issues that he has actually outlined in terms of who has access to that data, who can have access to that data, who do they say have access and who has real access, it's our problem. So in other words, when we actually then take steps or direction to actually move to cloud, like Mr. Abubakar said, we have conversations regularly. You have to do so responsibly and you have to understand what is it that you are actually getting yourself into. There are issues related to classified information. I think that's the word you were looking for. Classified, secret, top secret information, like he has actually put, should not be put in public or hybrid clouds. It's for a very reason that we don't know where it is and we don't know who has access to it. So that's exactly it. So indeed we are in conversations. Those policies were discussed, were consulted upon, but there are still gaps which we are working on to actually make sure that they cover everything that we actually need. Technology is moving, things are moving. We are not allergic to cloud. We just need to make sure that when there are decisions that are actually being taken to move to cloud, we understand what the risks are in actually moving government data into the cloud so that we actually protect the sovereignty of South Africa. Indeed, the question that Mr. Jahanas pointed to earlier regarding the United Nations perhaps looking at matters related to the sovereignty of this data. It's a question that is actually under discussion right now under the use of ICTs under the United Nations, which we are participating. But it is an issue primarily because of those reasons that we actually say. These are international companies that have obligations to their laws in their countries that we really need to be careful how we actually store and process government classified data. Thank you.
One, two. All right, thank you very much. I think Oluvuyo has crystallized this. And the big topic here is what does Africa do when you have, for centuries, you have become a consumer of other people's innovation? We saw how China emerged. Mao Zedong adopted the great leap forward for China, and after Nikita in Russia adopted the catch-up and surpass strategy. And you see China today's Communist Party having stayed the course with the great leap forward, so to speak, and with a very clear, deliberate, multi-decade investments in research and development, having many students, PhDs of China in diaspora across the world, US, Europe, and so on, building their own timber. I can tell you now, in my previous life in telecoms, as late as 2003, most of the 3G, 4G players from China were not in par with Europe, call it Ericsson, Nokia, and so on. But they were catching up. When you hit 2007, all of a sudden, they're in par, if not better, but also offering better prices. It's not overnight. It's a deliberate investment in research and development in terms of being deliberate to say, you need your own tech stack on technology. Wars today are not fought through the machine guns. They are all digital. A drone is commanded digitally to go and blow a country. If that drone is a software application is owned elsewhere, you may not be able to launch your anti-missile technology because I will disable you if I'm fighting with the Magibi, right? Because I own the IP. So this is the threat of sovereignty in countries because we have not invested in technology IP. So this is what Luvio is talking about, to say we have a challenge. What then do we do? First and foremost, we have to step into the arena, invest more in R&D as a country to develop our own patents and IPs, and we can copy with pride. We have seen it being done. Asia was not where it is. They have literally stayed the course. They are focused. They don't get distracted by side issues. They've done that, as an example. Secondly, in the supervening period, we would expect that the big guys, Magibis here, Microsoft, you name them, eBay, IBM, all of them, AWS, it should be in their interest to talk to their countries to drive their agenda so that they get protected under the UN convention of some sort, gets crafted so that they can be immune to this kind of local country determinations. Because ultimately, they bring vulnerability. We expect them to champion the cause into the UN, working with countries in the developing sector. If we don't solve these things, we are always going to be very vulnerable. But you can't rely on the UN Convention only. We have to build our own technology selfishly so that our young people can code, can develop AI protocols. So I will be honest with you. I'm serving on the board of CSIR. This is top of the agenda for us. It's super top of the agenda to say it's not research for its own sake. You have to look at the key corridors of making a difference to stop vulnerability, but also protect jobs. So I think if there's any takeout in our panel, Majibi, and you have to look into this, is what do we do with this kind of issue? It's not just data protection. It's about how do we stop being the consumers of other people's innovation? That's number one. Two, because it's going to take decades to get there, or centuries, how do we get protected through the UN conventions? And this should be top of the agenda.
Maybe to clarify it, right? There is opportunity. Anyone here who's South African, if you have a true cloud offering that competes with your AWS, with your Microsoft, with everybody else, CETA will ensure it supports it, invests in it. That's a must. That's a mandate we're given to Cabinet. Sholok is there. That's part of his job. That's a mandate we're given by Cabinet in the last Cabinet. We were disappointed as a country when Telkom decided to be a reseller of somebody else's cloud offering. So we met with the board, we are shareholders of Telkom, to say we are really surprised. You decide to go and resell Alibaba, you might as well have just resold Microsoft or somebody else. We thought we were going to develop at least an African cloud offering. So at this point, instead of all of you, you fighters, SMMEs, you all want 10 rands, work together. Develop a proper cloud offering. We have a mandate to support. And we will support. And Mr. Masholok, as part of those things that he runs, is about that, so that you don't think we're stopping everything. As we do that, we still support the technologies from Microsoft, from AWS, from H3C, but there is opportunity. We are not stopping everything.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Case. Now let's go back to you, Mr. Makibi. Where is the geographic location of the government data currently? And wherever it is it immune to political interferences? Is the Microsoft cloud foolproof? Wherever it is, where is it? Is it foolproof? Is it protected where it is?
Okay, so maybe just to broaden the conversation beyond just Microsoft, I think one of the things we're seeing from a South Africa perspective is that we have become a digital hub for data centers for the continent. So if you look at across the board, all the multinationals, I don't think we can say anywhere else in the continent now we've got a greater concentration of hyperscalers than we have in South Africa. So we have become a digital hub of hyperscalers for the continent. So to your direct question, so if you give me data as government, where will that data reside? part of what I sign with you when we enter into a cloud agreement is a specific commitment as to where you want that data located. From a Microsoft perspective, we'll locate that data in South Africa if you want it in South Africa, because we obviously have got physical capabilities to do so. We've got data centers that are located in South Africa, 2 in Cape Town, 2 in Johannesburg, so we can physically locate that in South Africa, and we can contractually and then commit that it will remain in South Africa. So direct answer is that data, that government data will and does reside in South Africa. Whether it's in transit, whether it's at rest, it will reside in South Africa. But I want to go to a little more pertinent issue that Mr. Kisa raised around who has access to that data, because I think that was a secondary part of your question. And I know there's a lot of anxiety, especially from SSA, in terms of who gets access to government data. In the US, they passed, and I think you partly referred to it, something called the Cloud Act. And what the Cloud Act does say is that, and we must, I think, from the word go mention this, what you refer to, Mr. Keith, only applies to matters that relate to criminal conduct, right? So I think we always have to distinguish between espionage, which I think what SSA will be anxious about, and criminal conduct. So if Mr. Nation here next to me is a terrorist and is being investigated for terrorist activities, a judge in the US can issue a court order that says that his data that resides in South Africa should be uplifted and be used in a criminal process that's taking place in the US, only in relation to criminal processes. But what it goes on to say is that in instances where there are bilateral agreements between 2 countries, those bilateral agreements have to take or supersede the Cloud Act. And that bilateral agreement, in this case, how it works, South Africa, for instance, in this case, has got a bilateral agreement with the US. That bilateral agreement would supersede the Cloud Act and would suggest that in that case, a South African legal process has to be followed, not a US one, because there's a bilateral agreement that exists between those 2 countries. So there are those nuances that exist, but I think ultimately what cloud service providers guarantee is that you will have the level of access that you will have on the data that sits in those platforms is protected by national country laws, not by US country laws, but by national country laws. So if you ask me directly in relation to Microsoft, who has got access to that data, access to that data is the same as if that data is sitting on a Vodacom data center. It is by and in accordance with South African legislation.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Majibi. Mr. Shabati, do you keep cloud service providers in check to make sure that what they promise is actually the fact?
Yeah, thank you for that question. We do, and we should actually do more. I think what's happening here, what I would really like to leave is that I think the cloud service providers must give us the same courtesy as they do with other governments. They know how they design their cloud services for those governments, for European governments, and we also believe that South Africa should be given those same courtesies in terms of security, in terms of access, in terms of making sure that they don't let our information fall into the hands of our foreign adversaries, because we have a counterintelligence mandate at SSA to ensure that South African data and government data is protected and is not accessed by unauthorized parties. So I think if they can apply the same design principles and courtesies, then I think we will actually go in a long way in actually trusting that the cloud services that they intend to provide for us as South Africans is what it's supposed to be and what we require. Thank you.
Okay. We're running out of time. We have only 2 minutes, but I have to ask this soft issue. Okay, I have to touch on this one. Dr. Pali spoke about using technology to benefit the public yesterday, and he mentioned that it should link up with the alleviation of poverty, creation of jobs, and so on. How are we going to link cloud usage? How are we going to use the cloud to sort out those problems that government needs to sort out?
Spot on. We'll solve it. I just want to give two comments. Firstly, Majibi, who determines who's criminal or not? You get the point. So no, let me finish. Let me finish. So that's one. Then let me finish. Then the second thing, guys, the second thing, Luvoya, is that when you say people must come to government with software, with cloud, it's okay. but maybe it's a bit of too much to ask. If we are going to deal with this thing, why don't we use state procurement to bootstrap the issue and say we know where the gap in the cloud, which is local? Can we put out there an RFP for innovators who may have nothing today? Government take a stake in it and say we'll pump a lot of money, multi-decade, to actually build this thing. Because I think if you think it's going to come out of organic innovation, we're asking too much at a very short space of time. So we have to invert the cup. Lastly, to your question, if you look at digital education platforms to create jobs, sharing economy, whether it's ride-hailing, whether it's safety and security, you can start to develop business models that create jobs. So adopting cloud-based platforms with the right good business models, you can create a lot of jobs.
Thank you so much.
The answer is both.
Okay.
Organic growth was supporting much as entities
Mr.
like
Gay, so
yours.
we have to give the audience, we only have 20 minutes. Does anyone have, yes, you go, Luvo.
Please.
Thanks, Prostov. So, as the Youth ICT Council, we're one of the commenters on the 2021 draft cloud data and the policy. So, our view as a council, we believe that as a country, we ought to own our own hyperscale data center, where all of South Africa's data, from the municipality to top government institutions, sits on one platform. Because if you look at the recent espionage case with Huawei, where, critical information about the African Union was, entered into without the consent of the AU, So my question is essentially to Mr. Makipi. One of the comments that we heard from the colleagues from the Digital Council was like, where do you think the state is going to get capacity to run its own hyperscale data center? So, Mr. Makipi, my question is, do you think the state has the capability to run its own hyperscale data center where all this government's data is going to sit? Thank you.
What I'll tell you very shortly, the South African government, nor any other government around the world, does not have capacity to be building hyperscale data centers from scratch. Governments are not in the business of building data centers. What governments are in the business of doing is to ensure that critical data, classified data, gets protected. That they then deal with service providers that will meet certain minimum security standards to ensure that government data is protected. So I think we're getting over anxious about the physical location and who physically is keeping that data. That data can be kept by a South African-born entity, but if it's not kept in accordance with certain standards, with certain protocols, that data is just vulnerable for compromise as the data that's controlled by an entity that sits in Kenya that has built that data center. It's not about the physically who builds the data center. It's about the protocols that you apply. It's about the standards, the minimum security standards that you apply. That's what's important. Government are in the business of protecting data, not in the business of building data centers. So let's not get over anxious about who physically is going to build the next hyperscale. It's expensive. There's a reason why only 4 or 5 players around the world can say that we can build hyperscale. That number can increase, but the capital you need to set that up, to protect, to run. If you think about cybersecurity alone, the threats of cybersecurity that you deal with on a daily basis, and how much you have to invest. Because remember, you're not only thinking about just building a data center. Once you've built it, and you're running a service on a daily basis, you have to make sure that from a cybersecurity perspective, you protect that, not just against other governments, but from hackers who are looking to use that information for commercial purposes elsewhere. The amount of daily investment you have to put in to protect that data is enormous. There's no government that's going to be able to keep up with that. So governments are not in the business of building data centers. They're in the business of making sure that your data, my data, government data is protected. And that's where we should be focusing on.
Okay, thank you so much. That just about concludes our discussion. We've run out of time, unless maybe program director allows us to ask to. No, it's a no.
Please.
Okay. Well, you will agree with
Oh,
me.
no,
that
no.
we do need a part
Youth in a
two.
question, the youth. No, must be youth.
Okay.
Youth, come forward.
We love the youth.
Isa. Come forward. Come. Ask your question from the podium.
I need first to apologize to the program director. I promised to comply to the PBG. And I'll point out that I'm not well versed into the world of tech, and I will apologize if my question is thought to be mediocre. But my question for the panelists is, I think the POPI Act does regulate that CSPs, cloud service providers, need to ensure that data is stored within the borders of South Africa. And if the CSP decides to store the data anywhere else in the world, it needs to take specific measures or procedures need to be in place to show maximum security. So my question to the panelists is, this to me gives an impression that data by a consumer within South Africa is more safer in South Africa. So my question is data really safer in South Africa than anywhere else in the world? And what are the implications if maybe a CSP decides to store data in a country maybe where the regulations are lesser than the POPI Act? What are the implications? What are the possible ramifications of taking such a decision? I hope I'm understood.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's what you call a drop mic moment. He's dropped the mic. Can we please give him a standing ovation? This young man. No. He's standing ovation. No. You gotta get up. Well done, young man. Well done. How's introducer, man? Which school are you at? What is your name? You've got a lot of badges up. There's a lot going on. This is your moment to shine.
Okay, my name is Yetlima Makaluza from Center of Excellence, and basically these badges are for debate and debate education. And I'm very much inquisitive and curious about the world of tech, hence the question. I apologize again if the question is not to be mediocre.
Take your time, boy. Take your time. Well done, man. All right, man, can you give me another round of applause, man? Come on. Moderator, I don't know who you want to take the question. Because the question, and I can guarantee you, Indanga Zako are not asking those questions. They're asking TikTok questions. When it was all POPI Act, I'm like, God damn it. Moderator, who must take the question?
Do you want to take that question, Mr. Zahid?
I'm not going to try and debate that young man. No ways. But I think you hit it, your question hit it on the head in terms of the entire discussion and what it comes down to. And I'm quite amazed that you're able to take this discussion and bring it down to that point around the legislation and the regulations and what does it actually mean in terms of the consequences of not storing our data, using citizen data responsibly. Essentially, that's the issue that we're talking about. Maybe we didn't do such a good job. The job that you did. But look, essentially, POPIA is quite stringent around, of course, as you know, the use of personal information, how it's stored, how it's dealt with. And we've seen examples. In fact, there are examples in government departments being fined for bad practice in terms of securing data. It was something as simple as antivirus. It was not even around what the actual data. It was about antivirus. So I think it shows a commitment from the South African government in keeping our data secure. So whether it's CSPs, whether it's government themselves, nobody is safe from the regulator in terms of making sure that our data is secure. And so POPI Act 72, there's some 24 different prescripts that organizations must fulfill before they take data out of the country. And it's not true that data can't leave the country, actually. It says it can leave the country. But you have to jump through 24 different hoops, and I can guarantee you they are complex and they are complicated. So I think we've got to strike the right balance. We're realistic. How many of you know where your Gmail is? Where's your Gmail sitting? I have no clue. But my Gmail drives my banking, it drives my personal life, it drives everything. So I think we just have to be practical because we have services to deliver. with this technology. It's not about the technology. We've got to deliver services, but I think we have the right regulations. We have the right framework. It's now a question of making sure that it's policed, making sure that the people are educated about it, and we can proceed on that basis.
Program Director, please allow me to thank the panelists. They were brilliant, and I think we need a part 2 of this.
Agreed. No. Can I ask you to sit down? You know the rule. Can I ask you to sit down? Abazukwehla kwesi stage up until the breadwinner is the breadwinner. Thank you. Yeah. We are now in the meat of it now. We are in it now. We have entered them. Chairperson, sanubane side meetings. You must lead by example. You must lead by example. Why are you having now side discussions? No. Let me acknowledge, the panel discussion. Yeah, we are in it now. I must say, I did say all protocol observed earlier on, but I think the richness, and Kamela, thank you for your foresight, in inviting DPSA and SSA into this conference. I think you can see how it's energized Abandu and how richer, the conversations are always rich, but there's a level which we touch today. We are born, so GCIO, SSA, I really want to, I'm not singling you guys out to say you're more important than anyone else, but I think, because of this is your first time at the conference, we've seen how it's elevated the conversation, because a lot of questions that we wanted to ask, we were now able to ask, and insights in terms of the thinking, we were able to get. So thank you very much for that. Madiba, I must say, you spoke about the invasion, by Umakipi. Let me tell you this. In Doba, Omakipi have got a country. It's called Makibisville. So you are not incorrect. In Makibisville, no invasion can happen there. You're not incorrect about that. So you must be careful. And last comment is a moderator. Thank you very much for hosting the men's conference. Be men's conference, Len. Bengazi loba omama bayangena ebuhlanti babe zinjoli. No, we must thank you for that. We must thank you for that. I think let's give them another round of applause. Kamela, we've already got one agenda item for next year. Kamela, you must be here with me. You must be here with me. Don't be there. You must be here. We're leading by example, Abandon. We've already got that gentleman who's going to report back next year. I want that young man to be given a platform next year to come and speak on these issues. Young man, so next year, where's that young man? Did you shine? Good, yeah. Next year, you are going to be given a topic to come and speak on the stage, because your intellect, your articulation, everything, Yako, is on another level. So we're going to make sure. I've been a consultant, Kamela, for your agenda creation for next year. We are creating it on stage, live and direct. Perfect segue, from this young man. In fact, this is not by chance in we have these kind of discussions with these young people. The next, things that's coming up, which is going to be hosted by Mr. Ayanda and Denise from the industrial design and skills development specialist, speaks to, these guys are not here just for show to tick the box. There's a lot of work that goes in terms of shaping these young minds, training, skills development, capacity management, and all of those things. And so I therefore would like to call up who will explain the context, Usis Ludo Macingwane, who's the manager, Science and Technology Park at the East London ITZ for the School Learners Awards, and she'll give the context in terms of that. So can we give a round of applause? I'm saying, you see, and encourage. Can you please give a round of applause, a proper round of applause?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's always safe for me to say all protocol observed. So after that discussion, I'm actually heated up. So for the past 2 days, in collaboration with the Eastern Cape ICT Summit, we hosted a game development workshop at the East London IDZ, Science and Technology Park, working with the 2 schools that are here today, the Center of Excellence, grade 11, as well as also Ebenezer Majombozi, grade 10 learners. So they are here obviously with their educators. So basically the 2 days were imparting the relevant skills and knowledge to the learners on how to develop games in terms of animations, digital stories using the Scratch platform. This has been a journey that we've been undertaking as the East London IDZ Science and Technology Park, as STP in various parts of the province, specifically around Mthatha, working with the Liquid Intelligent Technologies, the learning center that is there in Mthatha. We've also been working with the Walter Sisulu University, particularly the Whittlesea campus in Queenstown. We've done the similar initiative in collaboration with the Nelson Mandela Bay Science Center in Kariga, formerly known as UTNEG. And of course, most recently, we've done also a similar initiative working with the Nontsikelelo Albertina Sisulu Science Center in Kofimvaba, where we also collaborated on a similar initiative. Now, the reason why we've been facilitating such programs is because gaming is a huge industry. It's a big industry. But the challenge is we are mostly consumers, not developers. I think there's been a lot of discussions. So whilst we were training yesterday, in between breaks, I was actually following the discussions that were taking place here on YouTube around us being consumers and not actually developers. So we see this as an opportunity really to impart the skills, knowledge, so that we can create developers, specifically game developers, basically to convert the current status quo of actually be consumers of games, but rather to be developers. Because I think this is a very big, quick win for us, because if you've got the skill, in fact, immediately you can develop a game. You can develop a game and put it on various platforms, then you can start monetizing. So with the challenge that we have in terms of unemployment, we see this as a very big opportunity that we can drive going forward. So basically today we are issuing out certificates of participation to the learners, but I won't necessarily do that, but I would like to invite first my colleague, who's our head of the Science and Technology Park at the East London IDZ, to briefly talk about the work that we do at the Science Park, and then thereafter we'll then issue out certificates to the learners. Over to him. Please.
Thank you, Ayanda. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to say all protocol observed, so lest I miss very important people. So it is often said that young people are the future, and this is very true. However, very few establishments in our society invest in these young people. This has got to change, and as East London IDZ, through the Science and Technology Park, we've positioned ourselves to be at the forefront of the efforts to invest in these young people. This is what we have been doing for the past 2 years. We have been training school-going youth, and I'm proud to be standing here to hand over certificates to the future of our country. I'm proud because back in 2014, the East London IDZ launched the Science and Technology Park, whose main aim was to coordinate innovation initiative, encourage and support the development of prototypes and incubation of innovative initiatives. I'm proud to say that in just 9 years, the East London IDZ Science and Technology Park has made great strides. And we have accelerated innovation, we have created and developed prototypes, we've helped them to commercialize, and we have run skills development programs, that have, I'll be telling you, shortly in terms of then the numbers of people that have come through our doors, and they have been skilled in various elements, particularly within the context of the sectors that we as the Eastern Cape are focusing in. Yesterday, some of the speakers mentioned that there's been a surge in global technological evolution. And this has not only changed how citizens conduct their daily lives, but has further evolved how businesses globally operate. We've heard that technological advancement is no longer a competitive advantage for business, but it is a necessity. It's a basic entry requirement for the majority of industries. So the East London ITZ STP will continue being at the forefront of innovation and the nurturing of skills so that we produce entrepreneurs for the future and the innovators of the future. I'm proud of the work that we are doing. We will intensify our drive to boost skills development and innovation in the BCMM region as well as the Eastern Cape region as a whole. But we also know that we need to start early. We have to start in our schools, and I'm proud that we have trained these young, bright pupils at the STP. I'm confident that with our partners, we will be able to play our role in changing the face of BCMM as well as that of the region, our Eastern Cape. Despite our success over the past 9 years, we are aware that we cannot do this on our own, and we need strategic partners to work with us to continue investing in the future of these young, bright minds. Let me just talk about a few of our initiatives. We've completed a business case to establish a digital hub within the East London ITZ STP, and we are inviting partners here in the room who would want to join hands with us for us to actually advance this initiative that we're starting. We are completing a manufacturing incubator that will produce SMMEs that will conduct business and on a global level, basically. We're inviting again here partners. We're also inviting SMMEs to look out for calls as we will be putting these out so that you can be part of this journey with us, so that we can actually help you to advance into the global context when it comes to manufacturing. We have run, or rather we are going to be running a few trainings that are in line with what is currently happening here over these 2 days. We are running an accredited cloud computing training, accredited from the 28th to the 30th of November. And I'm inviting youth here, or anyone for that matter who's interested, to actually then visit our websites, visit our Facebook, and so that you can become part of this. We also have a digital forensics training that we will be running in December. Again, please visit our website, visit our Facebook, so that you can become part of this and get these accredited courses. By the way, these courses are informed by a research that we did to say what are the critical skills that are required for us to be able to churn out the skill that is required for the economy that we are moving into globally, basically. Just to note that we have supported over 500 SMMEs to date, and we are wanting you, if you have not yet had support from us, to contact us and become part of this journey with us, so that you can also then gain from this. We did, I did speak to the skills that, or the training that we are imparting. And I said that it's informed by research and investigative studies that we did. We recently did one and completed it in 2022, where we've got a whole host of skills that are required currently, but the skills that are required for the future. And we make it our business to actually then package training to cover those gaps that were picked up by this investigative study. So in closing, the STP is hard at work, and we would love to work with strategic partners for the betterment of our Eastern Cape. For today, we are proud to be handing over these certificates to these young, bright minds who are sure to make a difference in the future. Thank you. Over to you, Anne.
Thank you so much, Ms. Makungwana, for that. So, colleagues, firstly, let me kindly invite the chair, executive chair, to the podium, please, of the summit. Can I also kindly invite the teachers of the two schools, please, to also come to the front. We will be now calling the names of all the learners and issue the certificates to them individually. Bengicela sibakhobele nothisha labaze ngaphambili, please. All right. So I'll call out the names. And I must say that yesterday and the day before yesterday, I was also in hot corner in terms of, the learners not wanting to go home, but engaging in terms of, the various areas that we're actually discussing. Because apart from the training program, obviously we needed to give context in terms of our mandate as the IDZ and the work that we do. So they really engaged us in terms of some of these things. So first up, I'll call to the stage Emihlem Kosana. Please come forward. Liyabona Ntengemtu. Livem Zaifani. Photo. Ahlumile Mbiko. Libonge Tabanisa. Tim Nakoa. Kama Pitoi. Nelisa Peña. Songo Mpange. Endinako Msamo. Banele Kutwana. Siyahluma Makaluza. Those are all the learners from the Center of Excellence. I will now invite the learners from Ebenezer Majombozi High School. Can I please invite to the stage? All right. Okay. So can we kindly take a group photo with all the learners? Yeah, we can maybe go to the front. This side, ne? Okay. All right, thank you so much. Can I now kindly invite Ola Lindisipo? Namani Velo. Komani Kanya. Ndahabuhle. Kambi Apelele. Ndiandia Olwake. Makwane Siwapiwe. Ngala Sisonke. Tuzulwana Laviwa. Tutani Olotando. Somthunzi Isivile. Ngonchi Atule. Charlie Snokuhle. Last but not least, in fact, the educator from Ebenezer as well undertook part or took part in terms of the training program. So we also awarded her the certificate of participation. Miss Noloyiso Stitwa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just want to highlight that we do have an exhibition stand, in fact, downstairs as the East London IDZ. So for more information and engagement, please engage with us. I also want to acknowledge some of my colleagues who are here. With that, for further engagements, please, we can engage within our exhibition stand. Thank you so much. Thanks, Program Director.
Can we give our VVIPs, man, a proper round of applause? I'm still not convinced, but that's a proper round of applause. I'm very not convinced. Can we give them a proper round of applause? This is for you, young people. This is for you. This is for you. Well done, and keep up the hard work. Keep up the hard work. We're now going to head into another panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by Mr. Chachana, who's the CSIR and ECDC board chairperson, and the title of the roundtable discussion is Infrastructure, the EC Submarine Cable, and Data Center Economy. And the panelists which are going to be on this roundtable is Ms. Juanita Clark, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Digital Council Africa. We've got Mr. Sivuyile Peter, who is the Head of Special Projects at Broadband Infraco. Mr. Mashologu, who's the DDG ICT Information Society and Capacity Development at the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Now, you know what needs to happen before they come up. I don't need to say it anymore. You know what needs to happen. No. You guys are playing marbles. Can you please give them a proper round of applause? Please.
I can sit on that side as well. Don't know where Lindy is. Lindy's not alone. Can I sit on this side? With him?
One,
Sit
two.
on this side.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, we are going to be looking into the topic around subsea cable and data center economics. And I'm just going to ask my panelists to introduce themselves, less on the CV, but just a very clear, I want to spend more time on the topic. Let me start with you, Anita.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Juanita Clark, and I'm the founder of an industry association called the Digital Council Africa.
Beautiful. DDG?
No, thank you, Klezi. All right, colleagues, my name is Mlindi Mashologu. I've got a very long title, you know.
Say it.
It's a DDG, Deputy Director General, responsible for ICT Information Society and Capacity Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir.
Sivuile Peter, I'm with Broadband Infraco, are responsible for their projects nationally. Thanks.
Beautiful. All right. I think we're gonna talk about this. We are not going to talk about just subsea cables and data centers. We're gonna focus a lot on the economics of it. We are looking at more the impact of it. Maybe as a just brief introduction. A couple of years ago, when we were looking at the digital jobs for Africa, one of the key things, that was around about 2011, one of the key things that we're looking at was working with companies like Microsoft, eBay, IBM, the Rockefeller Foundation, working on digital jobs for Africa, and the MasterCard Foundation too. We looked at it, we said, one of the key things that are critical to actually make the digital jobs for Africa a reality for young people, which is onshoring global workloads, the old BPO and O, but on the digital side, how Pune has become the hub for digitization in India. We said, unless there's more termination of subsea cables so that we can lower the cost of the internet and then begin to create the possibility for South Africa and Africa to be part of the global village. Since then, we've seen a number of subsea cables coming through. The latest was what landed in Gqeberha recently. And what I see is that it's possible now because the cost of the internet has come down significantly, at least on the international segment. What I think is challenging is, has that cost pulled through to the end consumer at the retail level? And what are the constraints? So I'll start with you, Juanita, that how do we make sure that the benefits of subsea cable landing actually are experienced by the ordinary citizens, and especially young people who wants to set up small ISPs in different villages, Kukumbo and Ngobo, in different clusters. So how do we pull through the economics? What is the constraint? Because I think it's still reasonably high, unless you have a different view.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I think one of the bigger concerns that we're facing is that, you know, it's fantastic, all this capacity landing at the coast. And just interestingly, one of the last cables that landed now, in one cable, has got the capacity of 5 cables combined before it. So we've got a tremendous amount of capacity that's landing at the coast. The bigger problem that we're facing is that capacity has now got to go inland. We've now got to reach the urban areas, and then, of course, down into the smaller villages, and making sure that everybody gets access to this connectivity. And that's expensive. So what do operators do? They focus on the areas where there's a return on investment, and then hopefully use some of the profits that they make in those areas to reach into lower income areas.
Spot on. I think that brings you in, Lindy, to say, Juanita is saying capacity is landing. So the cost to connect internationally should be plummeting. But if that is only captured only in the landing station in Mailbox and Tunzini and Gqeberha, doesn't get to rural or small towns, the cost will be high. What needs to be done at a practical level to actually pull through the economics and make sure we can digitize the country?
No, thanks for that question, Chair. I think fundamentally what we are facing in the country is that if we were to look on the investment that we do on the terrestrial networks, it's disappropriate, you know. So we spend a lot of money, you know, investing in the urban areas. As Juanita just said that, you know, if you were to look on the urban areas, you find that, you know, there is like bundles and bundles of infrastructure,
And now then you find that if you go to the deep rural areas, so I happen to come to one of those, at Kuboklo. We still have got a 4x2 microwave installed in telecom in the 90s. So you can imagine that. So I think practically what needs to happen is that we need to start thinking about how then we build the terrestrial infrastructure in the country. But then in doing that, I think that there's a concept that I want to just put in there, Mr. Chakana. I think there is a concept that is coined by UNDP of what is called the digital public infrastructure. So which says that, digital public infrastructure is a shared means to many ends, And also it's a critical enabler for a digital transformation. So if then we design this digital public infrastructure well, then which means that we have to look on various options to say that not a single party will be able to do that. But let me just end there.
All right, so that brings us to broadband. Certainly, you set up, government intervenes when there's a market failure, when the industry doesn't pitch in the downtrodden area. The government launches its own horse. Now, when is this horse going to close the gap?
Thanks, Vijay. So I think Mlindi has covered it partly. It's all, and Juanita as well, it's all around the coast. We've got a lot of public infrastructure. I think your ESCOMs, your Transnets, your PRASAs, they own fiber. And their role is not to connect, but to drive, to provide us with electricity. And that infrastructure has to be aggregated. That's how we're going to take that capacity and take it to these rural areas. ESCOM goes everywhere. There's transmission lines in every rural areas. The approach that has been taken by government to say, let's establish an SDIC, State Digital Company, and it then aggregates all this connectivity. Telcom is there, bring it closer using that government infrastructure, ensuring that our communities are connected. I think, Vijay, that's one of the things that we could do quickly. There's less investment, the infrastructure is already there. Thanks.
All right. So I'm going to stay a little bit on this before we go to the data center, because I also want to leave time for people to ask questions. Let me crystallize this, because we can't talk and think about these things that as if we have got decades and decades and decades to live. I'm not suggesting we're going to die tomorrow, but there's urgency to do things. So let me raise the issue. If you look at the national budget, 352 billion rands goes to education. 192 billion rands, 192 goes to basic education. 254 billion is in the healthcare. I think about 111 billion rand goes to policing. The budget is gone. And when you listen to government talking, everyone is talking about we'll contain the cost of labor in government and so on. That's okay, but that's too little. So we have to fundamentally taper the curve of the big budget guzzlers. Now, you can temper them not by reducing capacity to execute, by delivering education in the 21st century domain. So, and this is the business case for this. So to digitize, to bring online schools, digital education, where the ratio, digital platforms, digital economy is a zero marginal cost economy, which means adding one more student in a university or a school should close to be zero. But you need to build the right platform. But you can't do anything sustainable until you sort the broadband issue. So this is the urgency. What needs to be done for a single view of the problem to be put together so that we act on it? Because next year we're going to talk about this thing. We are losing ground. We can't invest in infrastructure because OPEX is high. Yet in the next decade of freedom, we should be saying we should be able to deal with these issues of education, healthcare delivery, and so on. But broadband is a key. Yeah. What needs to be done for this thing to be acted upon? Because I think it's known, we all know what needs to be done, but what is it what actions must be taken, Juanita, to actually solve the issue?
Thanks, Chair. I think it's not just one. And the digital divide is connectivity is one part of that, but then of course access to affordable devices. That's the next big problem. And I'm really encouraged because, for so long we've been banging that drum of devices. And for the first time now we're seeing that,
that's coming, that's getting in there, because we can deploy as much as we want, but if people can't use it to connect, we still have got, there's no uptake. So, but there's a couple of things. So there needs to be, and I have to, a year ago I probably wouldn't have said this, but today I can say we have to give government some credit. In the last year, we've published 2 very big policy directions. The one, and it's a problem that we've had for many, many years, was trying to deploy infrastructure through permissions. The whole government system, it was difficult to get permissions from municipalities. They blocked the deployment. They asked for exorbitant application fees. It was a mess. I mean, there still is extortion, and there's construction mafia, and there's like all sorts of things that in this country we have to deal with, where in other countries it's not a problem. But government earlier this year passed what is called a draft bylaw, which is an application process. The problem that we've got with that now is that each municipality is an autonomous body, and they need to adopt it. And we're seeing very slow adoption of this. The second policy direction that was published earlier this year was the rapid deployment policy. That's been outstanding since 2005. So that's also very heartening, and that also seeks to just help accelerate the deployment of infrastructure. So very positive things happening. Unfortunately, not fast enough. We're too far behind.
All right, Lindy?
No, thanks. I think Juanita has hit the nail here. But I think on top of that, one of the things that we need to do is, the infrastructure sharing. I think that we are not doing that quite well. And we need to stop competing on infrastructure. We need to compete on services. So if now you were to look on the amount of infrastructure that is in the metros in this country, that infrastructure, if it was shared properly, you would have abundance of infrastructure going to the rural areas as well. But having said that, so I think also if we were to look on some of the recommendations of a FOIA report, it says that we must build a FOIA infrastructure. And building that infrastructure, it needs multifaceted approach. We fix roads all the time. Why not take an approach that every time when we fix a road, we at least put, a duct in there so that, we start covering, at least the main roads that we are fixing. And that will actually help us in terms of fast-tracking, the delivery of this public infrastructure in terms of going to the rural areas as well. Thanks.
All right, I'll give you before you go to the data center. So I'm looking for actions. I think a lot of policy, a lot of ideas about what needs to be done is in place. But who is going to go and hold the bull by its horns? What do we need to do? Because effectively, that's what we need to do. Somebody needs to actually tackle this thing and so on. So I'm asking complex questions because government is complex by the very nature. But the business case for doing this thing is so strong. In fact, it's an existential issue, so to speak, that we should be saying what needs to be done to actually take all these ideas and implement them. Do you have any thoughts about what could be done? I think you're the agency to lead this thing, so what's constraining you?
Thanks, Vijay. I think for us, legislation, I think it's key. As I said, if we were to aggregate all these infrastructure that already exists under one company and allow that company to drive it, as you said, Broadband Infraco is part of that drive. The companies that own some of the infrastructure should be able to say this can be reserved for the public good. And that's what's key. I think that's one of the things that needs to be done. Have one single point and allow that company then to drive that delivery of the services. With the points of presence that are in every area, we could even extend that internet, the IPT, to those points so that the local ISPs do not have to apply to the Terra codes for cross-connect. They go to a BBI POP and connect and already receive their internet from that BBI POP. I hope I've covered it.
No, you covered it. All right, we're going to go to the data center thing. Let me just make one comment. I did the back of the match calculation here. I used the eastern side of the Eastern Cape because I didn't have time to do the whole province. I took about, say, let's call maybe about 35 to 40 towns. If you take N6 right up to Alwal North Jamestown, and then from the Kai Bridge, you go straight right up to Mtunzini, that is right up to Mtamvuna in the border, Kokstad and Shepston. You're probably picking up Big Mac Index, 35 to 40 towns. And I did the maths, high level. Please don't hold me to it. It's a Big Mac Index maths. I think there's probably about 2,000 kilometers of road town to town to cover 40 towns. And if you just look at that, and I worked on 1,700 initially, but I've added about another 300 now. If you take that and say the cost to connect a fiber is about 400 per meter, 400 rands per meter. Actually, to connect to capillarity for that part of this province, you're more probably getting close to R1 billion, just under R1 billion, just the capillarity. Big Mac index is done, just R1 billion. Then you have got a carrier-neutral regional network that has points of presence, IP transit point in every area. So the money is not the problem because more money is being spent in this thing. So you could just take R1 billion, put it in, you connect every town in the eastern side. I think it probably will be the same, or if not double on the western side because of distances. So the money is there. And I'm not even calculating what already exists. There's duplicate, the BBI is already existing somewhere, and Transnet. So the money is not the issue, or should not be the issue. Then what is holding us back? Because if you do that, then in your point about infrastructure sharing, ESCOM is in every home. I can string a very simple single string of fiber in every home if they allow me to climb on their servitudes. Then all of a sudden the cost to connect a home is close to nothing, even in a rural area. It's possible. So I'm just raising this thing about the urgency to act. How do we do this? So that was on the broadband thing. So, Chairman, the point is that I've just done BACMAC index, the digital infrastructure for Eastern Cape. It's R1 billion western side, maybe another 1.2 billion in the western side, give or take, high level. So it gets there. So it's as simple as that. But if you don't, why can't we act on it? Maybe it's an action for next year to say, are we doing this? Let's talk about the data center. We spoke about hyperscalers in the previous conversation. What is going to be the future of this? Is it going to be all hyperscalers, or do we think there's a room for regional data centers? Because as you bring up connectivity, traffic increases. So is it going to be regional data centers or a combination of the two? And who should be making the investments?
Thanks, Vijay. No, both private and public should make the investments. And there is room, both hyperscalers and small ISPs. Actually, but the investment, the CAPEX investments are quite high. So your ISPs might battle, your small companies might battle. And this is where your DBSAs should come in and provide that support, seeding funding in the beginning. Obviously, not everywhere you could work with identifying POPs, do edge computing in certain areas, but in specific regions, Bloemfontein, all your central regions then could have those data centers, and you drive that capacity. I agree with you. Those capacities are going to grow, and we need those data centers closer to the people.
All right, I think I'll go to Anita and ask the question. Given South Africa and the continent's lack of invention in this space, we the consumers, we haven't developed anything. No, I haven't seen that there's a radio, even radio that is patented for South Africa. Radio is becoming key now. So whether it's Wi-Fi or even this basic AP, we don't have it. I haven't seen an invention for South Africa. So which means we are not looking at the real things from a research and development point of view. So we imported these things. Given the exchange rates as well as the foreign currency movement, how are we going to, what models must we put in place to make sure that the internet is affordable? Because even if you put it in, you pay 20 rand per dollar, and then it can move further and further. So are we ever going to get the cost to be done? If yes, what should be the model? How do we put this thing together so that we can keep the retail prices low?
So I think we've seen on the FTTH side, and in the more rural township economies, there are some products that we are launching now at 300 rand a month, uncapped, 20 megs a second speeds, which is affordable. And that, I think the benefit of FTTH is that that connects households. It's not one person with one device. So this is an entire household that can benefit from that. And we're even seeing some of the lower, some prices are lower. South Africa has another first. So I'm highlighting a lot of good stuff. South Africa is the first country in the world to develop a FTTH pay-as-you-go model. In advance, you buy your fiber connection for the day. So there's a lot of innovative things I think that is happening as well. The big concern is how do we reach underserviced areas, and how do we close the digital divide and include people in this greater digital economy? I mean, we saw the young people here today. I mean, these kids, they're not fearful of the internet. Each one of them potentially is an entrepreneur that's going to use technology to build businesses that's going to employ people. We have to enable these young people. The question is, where's the political will? Where's the funding going to come from? What do the models look like? Mr. Peter will know that the Broadband Access Fund was launched earlier this year with some mixed feelings. We're seeing some of the applications fail on technicalities. We haven't got the time to fix that. So we should put in place application processes and teach our SMMEs how to apply for funding, because it's technicalities that make them not qualify.
Lindy, should we not say that if government, through agencies like BBI and others, could build a regional or provincial-wide high-capacity terrestrial network that brings the fiber from the leading stations, you invest once, you monetize many times, all the small guys climb on it. Shouldn't that be a kind of a hedge for escalation of because once you invest once, it's there. But if the investment is piecemeal, you invest today, 20 rand to $1, so and then next year it's moved. Hopefully it comes down, but we haven't seen the rand rescinding, so to speak. So shouldn't be a single government investment at scale de-risk the cost of internet into the future, assuming foreign exchange issues and so on? Is it not good enough a case for even government to say, BBI will invest and then you can retail or wholesale the network to others? I'm talking about regional network capillarity. The last mile connective to the home and business can be the small SMEs that are here.
Yeah, no, it should be like that in practical. However, I think that the challenge that we're facing is sometimes, the SOEs that we create, we don't fund them properly to execute the mandate that we created them to do. I think that's a fundamental problem that we're facing as a state. Because if now you were to say that, okay, let's say BBI or the SDIC needs to create that environment and make sure that they create a career-neutral network so that every player can do that. But the funding is going to be needed to be there. That's the first thing that needs to be there. And you need to be deliberate as a state to say that, let's put the money on this network, let's put this money on this entity, but then let's monitor this entity that it drives, the profitability that is required. But make sure, because if you were to look on how private sector and private businesses work, it's different from the approach that we normally take in government, whereby we say that, you self-fund or you fund from the cash from operations. Because you've been in Vodacom, you know that the shareholders will pump money to say that we need you to put more investment on the infrastructure. So I think that that's a model that we need to take as a state, but it needs a deliberate approach as well.
Thank you very much. We're gonna open up to questions to ask the lady and the gentleman here. I do want to once again ask the question to the panel around, on the cloud side, the cloud platforms, a lot of innovation on digital platforms that can enable, because cloud is cloud, but let's demystify it. Software as a service, platforms that are horizontal that people can innovate on. Surely we should be seeing more of our own people developing these platforms. And there are snippets of them. By the times they struggle to get access to market. And Lindy, I believe that the government as a big consumer of digital services should be the ones that pulls through these people. The small guys who are innovating within the law. But I don't think we're seeing more of that deliberateness. These people are being pitted against the giants at the same level as if they were born equal. So is there something we could do to actually, because there are many small guys, ladies and gentlemen who are doing something, but it's subscale, they lack the market. What can we do to pull through, to bootstrap them using government buying power? Are there instruments we can think about that we could use?
I think the new procurement bill that is coming up is going to enable that, because I was talking to Ufagu when we were coming here to East London, and I say that, you know, if you were to look on entities like your TIA, Technology Innovation Agency, so they actually, you know, help the startups, you know, to create some of these critical solutions that we need, even in government. But now when that solution is ready for commercialization, because of the PFMA, now you can't just absorb that solution. You have to go out to the market, which, if you were to look on it, you know, broadly,
But so even beside absorbing, when you issue the tender, you're saying to the young person, show us that you have reference letters for 3 clients or 10 clients. Where is the startup going to have reference letters for 10 clients or so on? Are you not discriminating against the startups and so on from a procurement point of view? I'm saying onboarding is one thing, but actually the tender process itself is discriminatory. Shouldn't we be solving that for startups that are in this room?
No, it's something that we have to do, it's something that we really need to do as a state, because if we're to think about it, you know, that the capacity of the state and also the capacity of this economy is going to be driven by SMMEs rather than big businesses. And if now you take everything, you take it to tender and you put it on, make the startups compete with big businesses, you're actually making them not to compete at all. You know, so I think it's some of the things, but I'm hoping that, you know, the procurement bill that is coming up, it should solve all those problems.
I'll give you 1 minute to comment on it, then we go to the people to ask questions.
No, I think I fully support that. I think SMMEs are the engine. Obviously, the last mile would like to give it to them, leave it to them to be innovative about products that they take out to the market. State could come in at core level, core and access maybe, to bring it closer based on those mesh networks that we are talking to. So that's quite important. And one of the things in terms of the pricing, our provinces don't have any manufacturing plants. Why not Eastern Cape identify 1 or 2 district municipalities? They focus on manufacturing, actually, the IT equipment, your routers, you've got the Timbazas, you've got the Butterworth factories.
But Peter, you have to give them the demand, the offtake upfront. They can't risk. I mean, we've had Yagani here, they die.
Correct.
But government, for example, I make this point. This we said as far as 2010, there will be 1 tablet per child in this country. There are 12 million kids in school in this country, in public schools. We have not done pre-procurement. We are saying if you have got a tablet, come and sell to government. That's not being deliberate. We should say we know we have a business that is about 6 billion rand a year. It turns every 3 years. We want to see local manufacturing. Who has the capacity, not the factory, the capacity to build? We give it to you. Here is an offtake. You go and build the factory. The thing about saying, show me the factory, you will never transform. This is the issue. So no one is going to risk devices if there's no offtake. Government must give people offtake because we're solving an issue of jobs and localization.
No, fully agree with that. Actually, in Eastern Cape, government is the biggest consumer of ICT. So that will be a good anchor to drive that adoption.
Perfect. Can we open up to you have 11 minutes to ask questions. No address to the nation. I think the program director will kill me if I allow it. Very clear, succeed, optimize the time with the panel. Who wants to ask a question? Yes, please. There's a hand there under the sun.
Chair, while we're waiting for him, you know, the one thing I want to say about innovation is that it's got to be a culture. You know, the nation has to take on this culture of innovation, and that comes through primary education. We've got to build this culture in our children from a young age. You know, we can't say like old people, I don't want to go and do new things. I don't know how many people in the room are saying, hey, I'm going to go and sit in my garage tonight. You know, everybody started in the garage. But, you know, we've got to, at school, start already and build this culture of innovation.
Spot on. We'll do the school. But there are also a number of young people here who are showing me things on waste management. They've gone to TIA, all of that. they lack the offtake. So whilst the culture has to be the DNA, but there's people in the pipeline. They are hailing for a hand to grab them. Sir, please come in.
Thanks, Program Director. Thanks for the presentation. The presenter, Mr. Peter, said the government is the biggest consumer of the ITC. Talking for the rural areas, I think I will put a proposal that Peter, please assist us, government, to first roll out the ICT to schools in the rural areas, so that the communities that are in the rural areas can piggyback from those schools. That is the first one. The second one, when it comes to the IT infrastructure, the analog signal had an advantages. Probably they will be using maybe a 2 meg to connect from the antenna, that is a transmitter, to the antenna, that is a receiver. When it comes to the digital coverage, the bandwidth is a bigger scale, but in between the antennas, it's a challenge. That is what the rural areas they are encountering. Because if you, I wouldn't know the antenna for digital, how many megs that the antenna will drive between those two antennas, the transmitter and the receiver. But the challenge is the technology. I think if government could just connect the schools and the communities could piggyback from the schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's schools connectivity and quality of the network. Another hand, we'll take a couple of hands. I don't know the order of the hands. Let's take that, let's take that corner. We'll take, so that light is troublesome. Yeah, it's quite troublesome, that light, but it serves some purpose. So let's take, there were 3 hands there, 1, 2, then what's the next hand? There, and there. So we'll land with you. 1, 2, 3, the gentleman in green, sounds like Nedbank, and then the lady in black, yeah. All right, let's go for you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Matt Giza from Office of the Premier. Mine is not a question, it's just a suggestion. Since we have a cable that has landed in the province, why is it not that perhaps all the ISPs in the province, we can connect through that cable and make it start working for us as phase 1. Then going forward, we look at how we extend to the areas that need further development.
Which cable nation are you talking about?
The sea cable that has landed in...
yeah, but it doesn't arrive in Ngobo.
Yeah, but I understand. But before, while we are trying to get it to Engcobo, let it use it in the province.
Okay,
let it be utilized.
We get it. The lady there, the lady there. The lady in front here. This was the hand I chose, and then we go to that gentleman, and then I'm going to get. So I'm asking the question so that my panelists answer you succinctly. That's why I'm asking. Which cable? Madam.
Oh, hi, I'm Kanyisa. I'm from a consulting, an IT consulting in Joburg, but I'm from Eastern Cape. I think mine is just to say that I hear everyone talking about adoption and all these good things, but my worry is that we're sitting, I just want to come back to what we're saying. We're sitting, we have ideas, we have knowledge, we've got the experience because we've been in companies, private sector and everything. But again, we are not seeing the offtake. We are not seeing someone saying, this is what we need in the Eastern Cape, and can you then, because we need to have that hub. We need to have a portal that can have, this is what is required, and then we can then be able to then say, these are the skills and the expertise that we have.
Spot on.
So we just need to have that understanding, because knocking in the different doors is actually a problem.
All right. You're going to comment on all these questions. Sir.
Thank you. Mine is to BBI. You issued a tender, and your requirement is that you should have built a network that has been operating for 3 years. I was about to start building my own network. I have a license in Matol. What is your plan in assisting us that do not have that requirement that you want about having built a network?
So is it a PBI question?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So but it's not a question about when is he awarding the tender. It's about how do you support.
How are they going to assist us as SMMEs?
Beautiful. I need to make sure I keep in check. Madam.
I'm a gentleman, sir.
Who's speaking?
I'm a gentleman.
Sincere apologies. So,
no.
all right.
Okay, but okay. Thank you, Chair. Greetings to everyone, and a special thanks to Mr. Mfuleni for such an extraordinary vision. My name is Siseko. I come from Middle Sea. Now, regarding the infrastructure, I hear all the challenges that have been put forward, which are a reality. Now, I haven't heard anyone speak or touch on satellite internet. Now, I do understand that currently, there's a company called Starlink, which is owned by Elon Musk. And it's, I think, operating in about 4 countries here in Africa. Zambia, Kenya, Mozambique also. But South Africa has put a red tape when accepting that. Apparently, ICASA told Starlink that there needs to be ownership.
What is the question,
okay,
sir?
Yes, I'm getting there right now.
It's like 3 minutes now.
Okay,
that
sorry.
gentleman will come up soon.
All right. Now, my question is, because satellite internet can reach the most remote parts of the planet, why are we not speaking or considering that something that will actually work hand in hand with this infrastructure problem that we have
Perfect.
currently?
All right. So I should have known Whittle C. So I was going to ask this question. I'm joking. Panelists, can I get you to respond, please?
Let me start with the last question. Yeah, and I think, colleagues, we shouldn't listen to the media so much without understanding, these things. Starlink needs to, if they want to operate in South Africa, they need to operate within the confines and the regulations of the country. Starlink has not applied for a license to operate in South Africa through ICASA. So they have made an inquiry and they were provided information. They haven't done that, and they went out there and say that no, South Africa is putting a red tape. It's not true. So I think I've addressed that one. However, satellite connectivity is one of the other measures that we are looking into as well. So we're not looking into broadband and only terrestrial networks. So we look on a variety of things, including the satellite solutions. So there are a lot of players that are currently playing even in this day and age, in South African satellite. So the other one, in terms of the adoption and uptake, I think if we were to look on what the Digital Economy Master Plan says as some of the big bets, so it says that we need to make sure that we've got transformative tech applications, which means that we need to start developing applications, that are developed in the country that can be used broadly in the country and external markets as well. So there is another product, a program that I'm running from the department, which is called a Digitech, whereby we're looking on SMMEs that develop local solutions. We don't want people that just resell, that develop local solutions. So what we do to them is we expose them to the bigger markets. We've taken 6 of them to the Digital Economy Summit in India in August. And some of those SMMEs, one is closing a deal now in Brazil, for cattle watching and all that. One has developed, like a cancer detection AI system. So those are our SMMEs that we empower. So if there is any SMME that is here that needs some help, I'm available to assist in terms of the program that we do. Mr. Matigiza, you know that if you are an ISP operating in Amatole, you still need a terrestrial network to take you to this landing station that is going to be landing here. So if you don't have that terrestrial network, so it's immaterial, so you can connect to anyone. So I think that's why then we still need, the terrestrial network connecting everybody, through all the towns. And then it brings now the concept of, those regional data centers for edge computing and all that. So if then you can have like, smaller data centers in these towns, then at least you can climb into the bigger network. Thank you.
The school's connectivity, the ask.
Development as part of our enterprise programs, and we'll continue to do that. There
Thank
was
you.
another question around the tender. I've answered that.
Yeah, I answered the tender.
I'll ask Elita to partner with you so that we can develop.
Okay, all right. No, I must, before he comes, we have a hanging charge here. It's already approaching the podium. I wanted to just thank my panelists for just how fantastic they have been. And they have answered the question succinctly, no preamble, but to the point. Thank you very much. Thanks for everything.
You know the rule, you know the law. Leo, they're not going to get off the stage. No, you know the law. You know the rules. Thank you. Thank you very much to the panel. Very, very insightful. And I loved how the moderation was happening, because the chair is very clear. Nobody understands Nobamna as the hanging judge. I've got my own challenges, which I'll make his challenges, and he took them on proactively, so that he manages even the question and answer and make sure that people are succinct, no state of the nation. So he's setting the bar very high. Thank you very much for that, Chair. Let's give him a round of applause once again. Are we still okay? Are we still okay? Are we still alright? Are we still okay? No, man, I think it's the weakest link. East London, are you there? East London, are you there? Can you feel it? Take on the senior citizens. I said, can you feel it? I said, can you feel it? I said, can you feel it? Philip, it is here. Philip, it is here. Lest we forget. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the program. We're going to be inviting Mr. Zhang from H3C. He's the general manager. And H3C is a leader in digital solutions and is one of the partners. Can you please give him a round of applause to come? Chang, oh, okay. Yeah, Mr. Chang, where are you? Where are you, sir? Is he here? Mr. Chang, where are you? Okay, no. Mr. Chang has left the building. He's left the building. No, that's fine. Okay. No, that's fine. No, I think then maybe just to get where are these roving microphones? I want just one or two comments. Remember, I said to you, Indoba, you must take 3 things that you're going to do coming out of here. So we've had now about a day and a half. 3 things that you've caught that you think practically you can be able to do. So you either put up your hand or I deploy you. It's one of the two. Remember, I've got no sense of protocol. I don't care. I've got chairperson up when I'm running the stage. So can we have just 1 or 2 hands of key takeaways thus far in this day and a half? Okay, there's one. Let's have the other one. Let's have the other one. Madam, I note you. You are second. And then we're going to take a last one on this side. Tulagi, I'll deploy. Watch me. Over to you, Madam. PPG Yasmos.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Noli Zusicheke. I'm heading from Tata, working for the Department of Education. I'm really appreciating the exposure to the summit, especially with its contents, as well as people who are participating in it. And my take for it in the space of education, as well as those people whom I regard as illiterate, I wish there could be interaction between now and the next summit, wherein schools are more involved in career guidance sessions that are ICT related, because we talk ICT related careers, which some of them may be replacing the existing careers to a certain extent. So we need this vibe to be continuing, and at the same time, we also need to reach to our rural areas as much as possible. I'm thinking of other imbizos of this nature, but getting to the people, wherein those people who are here in their capacity, it may not necessarily be the ICT Summit Committee, but it may be its partners getting back to where we are coming from, because we are coming from less exposed areas. So with the information that has been shared here, if it can reach to the roots, it can be sustained in terms of exposure to the people, especially career development, because we need to invest more on youngsters within our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. There was another one. Oh, please go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. The name is Baba Alwa Opa. I think my take for this conference is the forward thinking of the IDZ group of addressing this elephant by looking at the high school level in terms of empowering our young people from that level. Because for me, it shows seriousness. You don't want people that are ready towards the end of the line. I think the thinking of encouraging them at that young age, it also will address the disaster, the youth disaster in the province. So I think for me, that was my take. Thank you.
Perfect, perfect. Is there a hand on this side? If the microphone, give it to me. Good shot, 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 good shot. Yap. Please, switch on good.
Hayi alamo. Akuthola nami gqitha that.
No antindawo.
Vula ntinda.
So takeaways zakho, ne? Takeaways zakho, what you've learned in the summit thus far. And what are your key takeaways? Phakama mhlekazi, supenik. I'm making sure into bawulelang supenik.
Adilele key takers, it's a very good summit. I've always attended it. This year again, it and we consider a lot of SMMEs and not take SMMEs as Eastern Cape or South Africa in general for granted. Big business, being big business as black, big business, no white, big business as well. South Africans first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're on the mic. You're on the mic. Let's go. Let's go.
I think the most useful thing about the summit was the theme of data sovereignty. I think it's been really interesting to see the discussions on, how, whether we should be building our own data centers or whether we should be using CSPs and their data stacks. So I think that's been really fruitful to hear the engagement and the discussion around that. I hope we can get towards a solution. Thanks.
It's amazing how people are walking out, ne? Because they're afraid. Mama, lapha kuwe ngoku. Awinanga lotho, lapha kuwe ngoku.
By next day ndifuna mna ube usida abe undincedile kwibusiness yam. NdinguNosipho Gantile, ndi SMME. By next year I want usida abe undincedile kwibusiness yam, so that ndiyazi into yokuba andikwazi apho ndizawo ancede kwezi zinto kwezi ngxaki endinazo.
Perfect. Can you give them a round of applause? Achapa. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Uyabona ngoku ne? Ubetha la last mile ngoku wena. Uyabona ngoku kufuneka uze ne drop mic. Kufuneka uze ne drop mic.
Thank you so much. Greetings to everyone. I'm Onatin Tlizwana, the owner of Spotless Recruitment, Training and Skills Development. For me, as an SMME, this has opened my mind to trust the technology, as some of us, we are novice in these things. So I was motivated a lot about the cloud usage for us. Now I'm no longer going to be as skeptical to put my information out there. And the other thing that motivated me is that it can broaden my scope into getting more clients, even abroad. So thank you so much for this platform. Thank you, we've learned a lot.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So, you know, just on the point, career guidance. Okay, let's get back here now. I can't switch a logo. AI, switch me over. Good shot, good shot. Just on the point, Siswam, that you are raising earlier on around the career guidance in rural areas. Now, I'll make an example. What happens is that I go to a meeting, one of the local municipalities, and I won't mention which one. You go there, now you've got mayor, you know, everyone, the whole board, you know, or whole exco's there. So I go in there, I've got my boss there, Nam at the same time, you know, so shame, mayor, very impressed. You've bought, you know, big dogs, as a Microsoft, so they quickly go and they say, we CIO or the IT manager, whatever. Microsoft. Jonga, while you're getting coffee, can you please bring my 4IR? Show Microsoft now we've got 4IR here. I'm saying, go. You can understand because he's had the concept of 4IR. Now he's saying, while you're getting coffee, on the other hand, bring me 4IR so that you can show Microsoft I've got 4IR. Now that's a function of Abantu not having had at a practical level what it means at a practical level. Lamtu Loan has read his head with political rally. Indoba gune 4IR, but knows nothing about it. He thinks Indoba you get your 4IR when you get coffee. So I'm saying that thing is very important, Indoba. We're going to clear those issues. So what we're going to do is we've got Dr. Ngaba. He's currently overseas, who's just dialing in, and he's going to give us just his thoughts around artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, and the impact in society. Dr. Ngaba, are you there? And Dr. Ngaba is the chairman and the founder of Convergence Partners. Dr. Ngaba? I see you're online. Maybe you can just unmute. The mute button has got no sense of protocol. It even does this to the president. President will keep the state of the nation on mute. I know protocol, Andolean. Dr. Ngaba, please unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. Carry on, Chair.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see you. Nezi funky glasses, Zako. We see you.
Can you see my screen now?
Correct and affirmative, Chair. Correct and affirmative. Carry on.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by thanking the team led by Muse, the individual team, and really for keeping us into this platform for so many years. And really, it's always a great honor to participate at this summit. Again, I was down there a day, not yesterday, but on Monday. Unfortunately, I had to rush out. Please accept my apologies. I was in East London, we were building all the stands on Monday, and unfortunately, I couldn't continue to be there. But really, what I want to talk about today I mean, I don't know if people will remember, I mean, in 2019, when Montserrat put together, the ICC Summit. Why I'm picking up 2019? 2019 was the ICC Summit that took place in that venue, but at the same time, the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, was discussing, 5G. 5G was adopted in December of 2019. The 5G that we all talk about today and use today. Now, again, as we speak, the World Radio Conference is taking place in Dubai as we speak. A number of people of the industry are there, including PCDT and various stakeholders. And that meeting is discussing, amongst other things, 6G, which the intention is to introduce 6G in 2027. And you might remember, even in 2019, I did present that roadmap as to what is really going to happen between 5G and 6G. So 5G adopted in 2019 as a global standard, and 6G will be adopted in 2027 as a global standard. Therefore, what is going to happen between now, this conference, and 2027, the ITU is going to ask a number of stakeholders to research a basket of frequencies in order to ultimately figure out the frequency that is best to be used for 6G. But the debate is that what we call sub-terahertz range, meaning frequencies from about 90 gigahertz, are frequencies that are being tested or researched by a number of institutions, including us. But what I'm going to talk about here is, as we all know that, either we use Wi-Fi in that room, so there are access points, so from your phone or your computer, you access Wi-Fi, all right? Or you use your phone to access Bluetooth if you want to listen to music. Or you use your phone to access the tower if you want to access the network, or 5G or 4G, depending where you are. What really one is going to talk about here today is how do we empower local entrepreneurs, not in an expensive way, but whereby we tokenize electromagnetic frequency spectrum, or we create what we call fractional ownership, basically, of electromagnetic frequency spectrum. So, in essence, 6G is the next frontier of wireless communications. So, what really is being discussed in a number of fora, and also we have put together a strategy and a paper for this, is how you decentralize private networks and basically to create that level of innovation, to network management and distribution. Now, I don't have to tell you about the fact that, some of the villages, Pesha either don't have internet or don't have towers to be connected, right? There's a traditional approach of providing communications, which we all know is very capital intensive and time consuming. The suggestion of tokenization of electromagnetic frequency spectrum is one that really we believe that it can be a bridge between these two. Now, there are two approaches to this. Forgive me about acronyms. Our industry is full of these things. I'm sure when you Google it, you will read more about deeping and dealing. It's what we call a decentralized physical infrastructure network. How you can decentralize the network so that it's owned by people in that decentralized model, basically. And this would no doubt provide that level of affordability, basically. And the ability for people to own a piece of a network, either in a township or village area where you stay. Is this possible? The answer is possible with blockchain, basically. So this is what the story is all about in this short presentation, is how do you decentralize wireless networks or physical networks, using blockchain and to make about syndication or creating a stokvel type environment in owning a network, or a piece of a network, or the access part of the network. As I've said, this is not confirmed, but there's a lot of research happening in the 90 gigahertz range for 6G, all right? And this offers high bandwidth and low latency in as far as technology is concerned. This will be only approved if the industry agrees only in 2027. Please don't say this is what I said is going to be approved, but it's pieces of research done by a number of people worldwide whereby they believe this is the range that they think should be approved. Now, how then do you bring 6G spectrum and what we call decentralized, physical infrastructure networks? And this is really what the technology of blockchain will be able to do, basically. Now, what is fractional ownership? It enables individuals and small businesses to invest in a portion of an electromagnetic frequency spectrum. As we know that today, electromagnetic frequency spectrum is owned by big players. But how do we make sure that that small player, that SME or startup or an individual can invest money in this model of owning a fraction of a network of a village or township or area in an urban area of some city or town? So is this possible? Yes, it is. Is this done in, for instance, property and other things using blockchain? Yes, it is being done. So the concept of fractional ownership in the electromagnetic frequency spectrum, in a way, it democratizes access, to this very resource that we all say it belongs to all of us. Now, how then do you create an organization to be able to own this? There's what is called a DAO. Those people involved in blockchain will understand that it's a governing mechanism that distributed ownership or fractional ownership would be owned through what we call a decentralized autonomous organization, or a DAO. So a DAO in spectrum management would leverage this model, for spectrum allocation, and it would bring efficiency, transparency, and good governance. Then this is when you then tokenize. We all know there's a debate today about tokenization of real-world assets, basically. So this represents ownership of a physical infrastructure or assets, such as fiber or tower, or cable or spectrum. And it provides you as an investor with this tangible stake in the network and a share of its revenue. So tokenization, therefore, is a way of putting a piece of that real-world asset called spectrum, and it leads to this, secure asset management and very transparent way of owning a piece of that network, basically. Now, what we want to do is to go to the regulator and create a sandbox of this, and maybe take 10 megahertz of a particular spectrum and test this if it can work, and look for an area and talk to people and see. Because this thing is something we really just wrote about it as a model and as a concept, and I believe that it can work. Now, somebody can argue that I'm talking nonsense. Yes, I've been told many times that some things I conceptualize don't make sense, but sometimes they do make sense, after I implement them. So what I'm saying is that this is something that really we need to sandbox as a country. The big question that will come, are there other people doing this in the world? Yes, there are. A company called Helium, please Google it, Helium Networks. Basically, they have done a decentralized network, and it has got positive impacts. In the way they manage hotspots, in the way they manage the network, basically. Helium is one good example of doing this. Even the West thinks this is an American business, but the antenna system has allowed these ETFs, I mean, as a way of shaping the crypto industry. I mean, and therefore this is to me a proof of the fact that I hope, I mean, Reserve Bank in South Africa and all of the other bodies will allow this concept of tokenization, I mean, of spectrum as an example. What does this do? It increases investment. It means that, you know, even ordinary people can be able to invest in owning a bit of a network. I mean, it improves efficiency. I mean, tokenization of spectrum can be traded. So you don't just sit with this, it can be traded basically, and then it enhances competition. So it means that, you know, in your township or area or where you grew up, you can build this and people can, you know, buy tokens and sell tokens in a particular network area. So, but of course it needs government and regulators to clear this. I mean, you can't do it without them. I mean, that's really the next area we have to convince them about this. So that is really, colleagues, what really I thought I should share this morning. I mean, it's a concept written. I mean, you can see the paper on LinkedIn. I mean, I'm presenting it here. I'm talking to people during the World Radio Conference in Dubai next week, and really motivating for this to be considered in South Africa and many other countries in Africa. I mean, I'm really, I mean, trying to argue for it, and then it looks theoretical, but I can tell you some countries are going to accept this and implement it. And there are a number of countries which I can't disclose yet that already asked me to bring this concept to them, listen, and say that they really want to consider. So let me stop here and see if maybe there are questions which I will answer, and then so that I hand over back to Mike. I hope I haven't taken too much time. Thank you. Over to you.
Can we give him a round of applause? No, thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. You definitely were within the time limits. Let's take you know, some questions. Now, I remember 2019, 2019 when you did the presentation, or I called it so you've now given us about 6G. I think for me, the question that I would want to ask before I hand over is, you're saying that, you know, there's a roadmap, right? You know, so how do ordinary South Africans, in the same way that you spoke about 5G and the standards in 2019, how do ordinary South Africans, you know, participate, you know, in the journey, so that when it's standardized, you know, and it becomes a norm, at least they've had some kind of an input. Is there an opportunity for us as ordinary South Africans to do that?
Yeah, there is a working group run by colleagues at DCDT. I mean, we really are running this, and you know, my suggestion is to get them really maybe can convene an online event when they finish, and then get them to actually explain how that process works. I mean that process is run by a gentleman called Dick Sono and Nomatsa Kubumbi, basically. They are the ones who are in Dubai now. I mean, and there was a preparatory committee leading up to Dubai, but my advice would be, you know, through, can request them to give a feedback as to what are the outcomes of the World Radio Conference 2023 sometime in January. I would really encourage that, and then maybe people who are here in this meeting can maybe log in and listen to that feedback that DCDT as the leader of the country in that conference, that is running today. But you can pick it up online also. The World Radio Conference 2023 Dubai under the ITU, you can pick up some of the discussions that are taking place there. There's a lot of material and content which I truly would encourage anyone who's involved in this industry to follow this. This conference is happening every 4 years, and it's important to understand what's happening. Whether you are an internet service provider, or whether you are a system integrator, whether you build towers, whatever you do, please follow this. It's an important conversation. The ITU has free classes about these things if you go to the ITU website. Please do this. It's extremely very important. If you want to build your career in the understanding of spectrum, or electromagnetic frequency spectrum. This is the body that decides the spectrum that is what we call unlicensed spectrum. You need to know those frequencies that are decided which is the unlicensed spectrum that I can use. You can buy ubiquity equipment, install it, connect your village or your area, basically. There's unlicensed and licensed spectrum. But I mean, as I'm saying, it's something that maybe we can say to ourselves, there should be a workshop pre this ICT Summit. Maybe we invite them next year to run a full day spectrum workshop for people to understand what really is the value in the spectrum. I really would humbly request everybody here who has not really gotten deeper into the understanding of this. Spectrum is everything to us as a people. It's as important as land. If you know the land debate and the spectrum debate, I would put it in that category. That's how important it is.
Thank you, Chair, for those insights. Let me take one or two questions. Are there any questions that you have for the Chair? Are there any questions that, and I think also, Chair, part of the deliberations, over the past 2 days and the comments that have been made have been that, how do we position us as South Africans or South Africa to move from being consumers, and actually start dictating the future that we want. And what I'm hearing you say, and that's where my question is premised on, is based on the fact that there are these platforms that exist. There is a process that we would be able to engage in, for us, again, to move up the value stack. And the other thing, Chair, is, when you speak about this being important as the land issue, I don't think we truly understand what that means. Maybe, Chair, you can just elaborate, when you equate it to the land issue, what do you mean by that, so that at least the message lands and the importance of it, so that when they leave, when they leave tomorrow, they understand the importance and actually go and do the research and the work.
So why land is important? I mean, in fact, land is important because either your home, in your village, you need a piece of land, to build it, or you have been seeing going organize small farms to grow. Land is everything to human beings, right? Whether you live in an urban area, whether you live in a rural area, you have to have some land that you live in. And therefore, the issues of understanding of land as an economic resource is extremely very important. Whether then you own an apartment or a house, or whether you have your home in the village or wherever, but it is really, land is about the existence of us as humans. Whether for communities like swamps, land is everything. It's a collateral when you borrow money, it's everything. That's why, people basically, there's a huge debate about land, color land, one of those things about our country. Now, so what is spectrum? Spectrum is used to communicate. If you are standing next to somebody, you are speaking, you use spectrum to talk to that person. Spectrum is used when you go to X-ray. Those machines use a particular range of frequencies. That machine at the airport that you push things, it can see through your bag and everything, that uses spectrum, right? Your phone, your Bluetooth, your car radio, DSTV, TV, everything we use, we touch, basically has some element. Your remote control, you use spectrum. You use spectrum in everything in life. And it's a frequency, for remote control, it's a specific frequency, right? For satellite TV, DSTV, it's a certain frequency, right? For your Bluetooth, it's a certain frequency. For your mobile phone, it's a certain frequency. To listen to Uchomo Wanene, you're listening to a particular frequency when you are driving. The list goes on and on and on and on. You will then realize that airwaves, as other people call them, they touch everything us as humans do. Literally everything. Right? And these frequencies are decided by the International Telecommunications Union at a global level, by the CNPD policies at a national level, and they get regulated by ICAS. Right? People build businesses of microwave, of internet service provider, out of frequencies. By being in this industry, you are in an industry which decides frequencies to be used for health, for mining, for security, for scanning, for everything. It's decided by ICANSA and the department, the CCT. We as players have to understand this. People build businesses and companies using spectrum. People research which spectrum to use. I don't know if you now see the parallel of land and electromagnetic frequency spectrum. And remember this electromagnetic frequency spectrum, the country does not buy, it is a natural resource. Like land is a natural resource. Like minerals are natural resources. Because it is a natural resource, it belongs to South Africa, it belongs to all of us. But while it belongs to all of us, the custodian of it is government. The custodian of the department is DCDT. DCDT then mandates the regulator called the CASA to be the one that is responsible to follow the international rules and norms as to who uses which spectrum, where, and how. It is for that reason I'm arguing that all the entrepreneurs sitting in that room must understand this, because it's so important for your business. So there is spectrum that gets licensed and spectrum that does not get licensed. You need to understand this. You need to understand the value of it. The same way as there's value of the land. The value of the land up in Queen where you are, or the value of the land in my township in Dunedin, or the value of the land under the Nampata, or in, you then see these values based. Say the spectrum has got high value spectrum and low value spectrum and medium value spectrum, etc. I can go on to explain the importance of this, but I can say that if you are in this industry, please do yourself a favor. Get to understand spectrum and the value of it, to you, to the business, to society, and to the nation, and worldwide, how this resource is managed for the best interest of you and your future. I don't know if that is really, I'm trying to show the correlation with land and spectrum.
No, thank you, Chair. Nase Duncan Village, by Ville. No, by Ville, it's loud and clear, Nase Duncan Village. No, thank you, Chair, for that masterclass. It's always, there's a question. Okay, Chair.
Yeah. Gqagqa nguJahana, siyabulela kakhulu for this insightful presentation. So we miss you here, but at least we can see you now through the technology. I have two questions for you because we have to take advantage of your presence here. One, on the fractional ownership of spectrum, it's a very important model, the way I see it, and as you put it, to drive participation in the industry at an investment level. The question I have, and I think it's a model that could drive transformation, empowerment, more people participating, because I presume that if I buy fractional ownership in a particular area, it's probably going to be more affordable than buying shares at MTN, which I may not be able to afford those, if you like, and there's local tradability, it drives social capital and involvement. So I guess the question I ask in this domain is that you led the process of a developmental state, and your policies that you drove were more to say, let's build the country, let's give spectrum for development, everyone got it for free, and then at the end, then communities had to be beneficiaries of a connected society, but also connecting schools. had we had this model at that stage, could it not have been more powerful to actually go beyond beneficial ownership in terms of services, but actually start to embed communities into owning sectional titles, sectional aspects of the business? So I'm seeing now, looking back, the model wasn't there, but where we are now shouldn't be the model even before people buy. If you auction the spectrum, for example, government should also look at, say, how do you bring in the small guys, the communities to buy using your model? So it's kind of a reflection in the past, but also looking forward. So that's the one question, just for confirmation in my mind. The second question is around South Africa's research and development capability and invention. I know there's a lot of work that has been done in the military, and there's some stuff happening in the medical area, but we haven't really seen anything, local patents in the space of digital, especially from a radio point of view. I would have thought that because radio is history, is a huge history, and it's the future. So even the APs, I haven't seen, Ponting has done the antenna, but I haven't seen a radio that could be used here that we could help connectivity. What do we need to do? And I'm being more broad when I say this. What do we need to do to bring local IP? You know the geopolitics and that technology now wars are fought on the digital side. What do we need to do to protect national sovereignty in the technology domain? We may be late, but there are generations to come. What do we need to do to bootstrap it? So those are the two questions, Kaha, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. These very, very good questions. Let me start with the first one. Maybe the way you have highlighted a good point. You know, we proposed many years back, over it's probably close to 30 years now, that there must be users. I'm sure maybe under service, licenses. Basically, so we then. Those days we said this part, that part, maybe Kingdom Sound could have a license on its own. We conceptualized this. You can find it in law. But it was during the era of second switching video of voice. So there was a complicated interconnect regime that had to be crafted, right? But the good thing today, you don't need that. You just need access to a phone, right? And because everything is IP based, you don't need that interconnect and numbering and everything. So why this? We tried it then, and the complication was that interconnect regime, all right? Which, as a local, network owner in what we might define as under service license, where spectrum was given to them. The biggest challenge became the interconnect regime during the second switching era and the numbering and all of those things. That's why a lot of those users basically, we all know, and there was no appetite for people, for the banks and institutions and development finance institutions to invest in them. It's a great pity. But was the concept good to create small licenses in small areas? I still believe in that even today. I still strongly believe that you can have a license and run your network, a wireless network, a data, or a Tutua, or a Tua, right? Or a Teti, it is possible that. People do it today in small internet companies without access to spectrum, but they lease fiber from other people, or they use, for instance, unlicensed spectrum. So how would this model work? It's a similar way, but you would then allow community to own a bit of that network. So in essence, you are syndicating the investment. Let's say you want to build a network every time, maybe and say you need maybe 12 towers to cover Antarctica. You will need a tower maybe coming from Ekunu to maybe, right down to next to the university, and then you need another tower maybe from Ekokoloeni, you need another tower from Nametana, you need another tower in the city. You can design a network 8 towers to cover Amtata. And then those 8 towers, the people of Amtata invest in each of those towers, right? If, for instance, you put a tower in London to cover that area, right? You then have people investing in the ownership of that piece of the network, right? If, for instance, you have a tower next to UNITA, university, basically, you get people of that entire area investing in that tower. If you have a tower maybe covering the Rothschild, you can then have people acquire and all of those, investing in that. You use it blockchain. That's why that your investment doesn't get lost, because everything is recorded on a blockchain. It's known that none of us are cool by investing in so and so loans and loans and loans and land. It cannot be lost because of the technology we are using for that. Right? So people own this network, and it's an ability. If you want to sell one day, you can sell. If you want to buy somebody, you can buy. Right? So that money gets pooled, it's used for the network. And it cannot be controlled by somebody. Everything is transparent on a daily basis to everybody. Right? Then what happens is that the more you use the network, right, in your house for a fixed wireless, the more you get tokens to become more of an owner. Right? So that's how this would work. Just to summarize it very quickly because of time. Now moving to your next question about innovation. I agree that really, why don't we build the good thing today with what we call open radio network? The same thing as you can use open source tools and open source servers to create a radio access network. But I'm not going to go into the detail about it. But it is possible in the model of, open source, that you can build a radio with open source tools that will be able to function using a normal server, if you want. This classic open architecture based server. I don't know if this makes sense.
No, there's a resounding nod from Madiba, so it means, Chair, that it's making sense. So no, thank you very much for that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Madibulise Chair, ndingumawanda Ngwendu waseDangeni. Ndandine idea around 2012 yezithawo zicacisa ngoku ndibene sasifuna uba netower eDangeni naseziphunzane negombe ezawukhavarisha pha for i-bandwidth for abantu abahlala pha. Into bendicela kwi-summit elandelayo awunozama usiphathela abantu abazaba informative ku-ICASA, because sasitaka pha abantu sasidibana nabo babengasiniki ezimpendulo esifunekayo. Ndiyabulela.
Nango omnye umbuzo, Chair.
Hayi, mani ngoku.
Wogqibe.
Whoa. Why are we now exceeding a mandate?
Honestly, I really request that. Not even to wait for next year. How can we convene a regulatory workshops, regulatory conference, and bring communities and the CASA together to really understand how can the regulator work to assist people in various townships and villages? Because I want to understand the regulator in the townships and villages, and I want to build this networks. But how do you get a license? How do you apply? The license, how can a CASA is a pathway to make people, in CASA, take a test and card. And ask people, if you put a license, is that we are here on this date. So that we license, and one of those things. Please, while the communities decide, come and listen, and the regulator decide, talk to people about what it means to apply for a license for your area, what it means to use unlicensed spectrum, so that abantu bakwazi understand uba zenza njani izinto uapply, to run a network at that village using unlicensed spectrum. What must be done?
Yeah. No, definitely, Chair. Definitely. Chair, Masukulule, Chair, we really appreciate your time. We really appreciate your time and even over exceeding the time that you'd given us in terms of your availability. No, Tina, sithe sibulelayo Chair kuwe in terms of your precious time. Uyabona, sithe sibulelayo and allowing us just to engage a bit further.
I must apologize to my colleagues banding alcohol. Really, unfortunately, circumstances ending up was I had to come and be in a board here in London. And unfortunately, I did explain to Mr. But definitely, but I really would like to pick up with Uvian and say this thing of a regulator coming closer to people. I think it's an important issue. You can't expect that people will understand these complexities. But these things are possible for people to build their own networks. It's no more complicated to run a network. We must not make this thing as impossible. We need a tower to make it. When the party is, we find a radio about we can communicate. In Kenya and all of these countries, this is what we will do. Masira internet don't actually complicated about cannot do it.
Yeah.
We must demystify. I don't.
Yeah. No, definitely. No, Chair, once again, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's move on with the program, and apologies to Lamdu who I couldn't take the question. Chair, like you're saying, on a board meeting, and he had given us, specific allocation, and he over-exceeded that. So I also needed to be conscious about that. Let's move on. We've got, as I mentioned, that we've got one of our partners, which is H3C, which is going to come through. Mr. Cheng, who's the general manager of H3C. There's a video that he wants to play, and then that video is going to usher him onto the stage. Can we give them a round of applause, please? No video will not play. Can we give them a round of applause? Him and the video. And don't stop up until the video plays.
From China to the world, digitization is reshaping everything we know and driving the rapid rise of a new economy. As the leader in digital solutions, H3C has a comprehensive layout of chip, cloud, network, edge, terminal, covers a full range of overall digital infrastructure capabilities, provides one-stop digital solutions, and end-to-end technical services. Facing a wide range of opportunities brought by the development of digital economy, H3C comprehensively deepens the cloud and AI native strategy and empowers the digital transformation of various industries by building the digital brain. By accelerating the construction of digital government, we help build new smart cities, promote government services, economic development, people's well-being, and smart governance make digital government easy to reach. Relying on the cloud and network's carrier business strategy, complete access, aggregation, core, backbone network routers equipment, and full domain cloud infrastructure, we are deeply involved in the construction of carriers' 5G, IP network, communication network cloud, and IT private cloud facilitate carriers to fully achieve business transformation. Through the construction of educational informatization, we help the education industry build digital brains to create smart campuses, enable teachers and students to enjoy educational reform. With our digital information platform, we help the medical industry build digital brains to promote the construction of smart healthcare, make smart medical treatment accessible to all. Through the intelligent digital platform, we help build a three-dimensional transportation system and promote smart travel in an all-around way, make smart transportation reach everywhere. With the full stack innovation capabilities of digital finance, we facilitate the digital transformation of financial institutions, divert financial resources through digital transformation, and boost the high-quality development of the national economy, enable digital finance to benefit all industries. Relying on the robust digital capabilities, we provide comprehensive one-stop infrastructure services for enterprises. Let enterprises accelerate their digital transformation. Through the end-to-end and full-stack digital innovation strength, we create an integrated digital platform for engineering buildings to fully release the value of data, make buildings smarter. With the integrate business scenarios with the full range of digital innovation, we facilitate the digital transformation of the power, coal, oil and gas industries, enable the energy industry to start a new stage of development. Based on deep insights into industry needs and cutting-edge technologies, we meet various application needs with mature digital products and solutions and serve more than 1 billion netizens with innovative services, enable the Internet to fully enter the era of 10 gigabit. The amazing digital achievements result from the strengths that have been accumulated for years. Rooted in China, we have 2 headquarters, 9 bases, 9 industries, and more than 50 sales and service offices. We share outstanding technologies with the whole society, facilitating the rapid development of a new economy. Serving the entire world, we have overseas branches all over the world, products covering more than 100 countries and regions, sharing innovative digital technology with the world. We actively undertake corporate social responsibility, make digitalization more powerful, and make our society warmer. Integration empowers technology. Digital future has infinite value as it is shared by everybody.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity in such a beautiful city in Eastern Cape to bring H3C here. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, all the organizers. And also, thanks for the ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So you can call me Zhang or Chen. Okay. I represent H3C Africa, but I start 2 years ago from South Africa as a hub. Okay, so I would love to give you, apart from the video, I would love to give you some key message from our company, who we are, what we are doing, and what we are planning to do. Okay, the company can see this is the key milestones of H3C. Okay, so it's very interesting. The company is not new at all. I start from 2003, Huawei and 3Com. So the name was given H at that time represent Huawei. 3C represent 3Com. Okay, yeah. Yes. The company at that time 50% shared by Huawei and 50% shared by 3Com. So after 2007, so H3C was fully purchased by 3Com. So from 2007 to 2009, but we fully belong or subsidiary company of 3Com, okay, but still using H3C branding whenever in China or overseas. After 2009, everybody knows 3Com was bought by HPE. So from 2009 up to 2016, this 7 years, H3C is the full subsidiary company belong to HPE. In China, we keep the H3C branding, but in the overseas of the Chinese market, so we rebranding with HPE to serve different countries. Okay, 2016, our new shareholders, Unigroup, is the Chinese MIT, Tsinghua University, also QS top 10. Unigroup purchased 51% from HPE. So currently our shareholders, half, 51% belong to Unigroup, and 49% still owned by the HPE. 2 years ago, so we have a new strategy for the international business development regarding the H3C branding. So 17 countries with the negotiable with HPE, between Unigroup and HPE, so we could relaunch our branding in this region, including Africa, including South Africa. Yes, I was represent the company as the first person to come back to the continent again to do the new business development for H3C. Okay, so what we have, you can see from this slide, whenever you're talking about the networking, which is very strong, also we have the IT part of it, like server storage, and also we can also provide cloud. We also have some terminals like H3C laptop, H3C desktop, and also some Magic, like a smart screen Magic Hub. So this is the full solution H3C can provide to the ICT industry. Okay. So revenue last year is about 9.5 billion. 2021 is 8.3. So H3C not involved any in China also or any countries for the service delivery part. Everything we hand over to our partners. So this 8.3 or 9.5 last year is only the hardware. We deliver our equipment either at Hong Kong or in Shanghai or Hangzhou. Then all the service part, all the commission of our networking, commission of H3C servers going to be implemented and also maintained by our partners. Okay, currently we have 200 plus South African partners already, and also more than 20 outside of South Africa, like Kenya, Nigeria, even Egypt, Morocco, etc. Okay, so all the patents you can see, 12,000 plus, is owned by H3C, and we are continue to contribute a lot of patents to the industry. For instance, last year, October in Japan, we launched the Wi-Fi 7 APs, and H3C is the first OEM to launch the Wi-Fi 7 in the industry. Okay, we have two head office. One is in Beijing. It's the same, we're sharing the building with HPE China. Okay, and also another one is our manufacturing center, which is located at Hangzhou. Hangzhou is also very famous in China for the digitalization. And also the province of Hangzhou City, called Zhejiang Province, is the sister province with Eastern Cape provincial government. Start from before the COVID 2019. Okay, so H3C is the, the largest and the biggest ICT hardware producer in Hangzhou City. Apart from H3C, Hangzhou has a lot manufacturing or software company like Alibaba, which is opposite to Hangzhou City, like Hikvision Vision, the camera, also very popular in Africa, in South Africa, and also Dahua is also another company doing the hardware for the cameras. Yes, so that is our head office and also the manufacturing center. R&D, we have 7. You can 7 across China, the big cities where the universities are located. I can see H3C benefit a lot for the affordable R&D platform, like other Chinese vendors as well. Sales and services offices, we have 50 plus. China has 34 provincial or centralized cities. So not only in the Tier 1 city, but also in other Tier 2 cities, we all have office and service offices. But also, of course, in South Africa, we're going to plan not only have an office in Johannesburg, but also in Cape Town, in Eastern London, in PE, in Durban, we have the plan. And also we are recruiting the regional manager to look after the regions for us, for H3C. 17 offices, and South Africa is the number 8 for the global offices to be launched at 2021 October. So besides that, we have other offices like Japan, like Philippines, Thailand, okay, etc. So this is our office in Johannesburg, located in the campus, close to Dimension Data. So you're welcome to visit us anytime. Okay, we are also expanding to Mexico, South America, and also Turkey, etc. But we closed the Russia since the war happening almost 1.5 years ago, yes. Okay. So we are the contributor and also the member of the international standard organizations. For instance, we are the golden member for the OpenStax. So H3C also using our own way to contribute to the industry through these organizations as well. Last month, we were also at Dubai GuiTech, which is one of the biggest enterprise exhibition in the world. And we are also going to Morocco next year for JATEC. In South Africa, actually, we already have a spare part center, which is located at Rosebank. And besides that, H3C has similar training process like H3C, NE, H3C, SE, H3C, IE, etc. to empower our partners. So far, around 200 engineers already get H3C training whenever it's online or offline, and I think more than 40–50% is already passed the exam, got the certification, which enable them to configure H3C productions. So we are continually to do the knowledge transfer, and our plan is working with the universities in South Africa to train more engineers, and all the training currently with partners and clients is free of charge. We also provide the 7+24, the timely support from H3C HQ. Yeah. Okay, so from IDC 2021 Q4 to 2019 Q4, 2020 and 2021 Q1, you can see this is the third-party report regarding our market share in China. But you can see we are very proud to say only regarding the enterprise market, we are also leading the market. Okay. Yeah, so what we have, H3C switchers, data center switchers, we have full set, and also our core data center switchers last year in Joburg already work in the multi-choice networking and talking with existing Cisco data center switchers. Our campus switch are very affordable, and our 2 series like a 5130 plus 5130S, these 2 models already reached 300, already sold 300 plus in South Africa as the campus network. Okay. Soho switchers and industry switch, we're serving some mining in South Africa industry. Also Zambia, I think one of the Zambia mining company also start to look at already using H3C industrial switches as well. Yeah. WLAN. Okay, so this is a full series of H3C WLAN productions. Also, our colleague also brings some WLAN samples, outdoor and indoor. And currently, we are working with several partners to deploy some outdoor Wi-Fi service to the communities in the North Cape province and also in the Limpopo province. Routers, okay, so routers, we have enterprise carrier and also the Soho as well. And our productions, we're using the 2 years, got to the, approval, technical approval for Vodacom, and we start to sell, to serve the Vodacom enterprise users. I think that by 2 weeks later, you can see some of the H3C routers, MSR, can find in the Vodacom website. H3C Cloud. So we not only provide the hardware, but also we have a private cloud, we have a converging cloud, we have public cloud, and also we are doing some POC with the DPA currently. So we hopefully we can invite some partners or clients to have a visit anytime. Yeah. H3C security, the firewalls. So we have a different series of the firewalls as well. I'm not going to spend more time in the production introduction. Okay. Server storage as well. Yes. You can see we have a Blade, we have one store, we have several series of the servers already to open to the South African market. Besides that, H3C also is the exclusive HPE server storage distributor in the Great China region. So that enhances H3C have the capability for the IT productions. IMC, so this is actually from 3Com stage. All our hardware can be managed by the Intelligent Management Center, and IMC is the, I think most of the engineers in South Africa know IMC very well. CloudNet, in terms of the small network, we're using CloudNet for the management solution. Okay. Yeah, here's some customer reference case. Okay. This is a bank in our province, in Zhejiang province. So we have done a lot of the hardware, APs, like the servers, and also the networking from past 4 or 5 years. People's Bank of China. This is a central bank in China, and H3C provides the whole cloud solution to the bank. Yeah. NUCC is all the e-commerce transactions are happening in this platform, like Alibaba, like other e-commerce platform. And we have got the Guinness record for H3C equipment in during the festival for the e-commerce, like November 11. Our equipment support, one day about millions of thousand transactions. Yeah. Tencent is our strategy partner, and the ownership, the biggest shareholder still is with MyChoice. So 17 to 80% of the hardware with Tencent network is purchased from the H3C. You can see we are also the global tier 1 partner for Tencent. Yeah. Zhengzhou high-tech Zoom. So we built a whole campus network. Also, in terms of the COVID-19, we help this high-tech zone a lot. Hong Kong Zhuhai-Macau Bridge. This is one of the longest bridge, sea cross bridge, 55 kilometers, 3 borders, mainland Hong Kong and Macau. So the ICT part, H3C provided the solution. Beijing Government Cloud, yeah. Shandong University, yeah. So for education side, we also already, through our local partners, we're already working with the education department of the Eastern Cape. Yeah. And all the, I think 20 schools of the Eastern Cape, provincial government schools are using H3C for the connectivity. Yeah, Tsinghua University, the mother companies, one of our mother companies, mother university, okay, with 100 years history and one of the best university in China in terms of the engineering and technology. This is older reference case in Russia. It's the media operator. Yeah. The Japan, the hospital. Nigeria, 4 major airport is one of our construction company from China bring H3C for the 4 new built airport. Angola, tax administration, yeah. The e-tax platform. This is a railway from China to Laos. So we also contribute to the communication part. Yes, so that is our very brief company presentation. I'm also following the rules of BBG. Okay, yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Okay.
Let's give it up for Mr. Chang once again. You know, Mr. Chang, since you said that the Eastern Cape is a sister province, we have to give you a clear name so that you are able to come into the kraal and sit with us. Because here we eat isfuba, ukeme. But you can't eat those delicacies up until you've got a clear name. So we are now bequeathed to you that you are officially ukhatebe from now onwards. So when you come, as soon as you land at the airport, there shall be no Mr. Cheng. No, Khateb. When they greet you, Khateb. You don't recognize any other name. We have now given you, the next thing we're going to give you is land after that. But first, we must have a clear name first. So Khateb. Thank you very much, Khateb. Especially for respecting the rules of PBT. Well done, well done. So we're going to have a very interesting, so some of you were at the gala dinner last night. I mean, there were beautiful performances, you know, by Ubetusile Mcinga. Yesterday, I mean, he blew us away. There was some, it was something else. I'm saying, we're heading into a very interesting segment, which is, you know, we're going to first have, it's going to be centered around entertainment. And there's a special launch which you guys are going to be privy to, which the guys are going to do today. Only here, only today, so you don't want to go anywhere. So we're going to have a round table focused around the entertainment industry, and it's going to be moderated by none other, DJ Lucky's Mfowethu. As we call him to please come onto the stage, we're also then going to call Mr. Kola Spielman, the editor of Convenient Magazine, Dr. Sipe Potelwa, at the Miriam Makeba Center is the acting director, Eastern Cape Audiovisual Center. We've got our broadcaster with BE, Mr. Mafa Pavuma, Kumhlobo Wenene, Mr. Betusile Mcinga, the award-winning artist, and also then Ms. Sandy McCowan, who is Mpuma Kappa TV, head of news and current affairs. Can we give them an entertainment? No. Entertainment. My bash. You know, my baby bash. Can you please give them to come up?
Yes. Oh, yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. They always introduce Betusile as the award-winning. Betusile, you're not the only one. We've got them too. If radio was football, I've won the league twice. Yeah. If radio imaging is the football of the year, I've won that thing too. It's great to be here. Chairperson, yesterday when Prof came here and she said, don't assimilate, don't assimilate. She almost had me in tears because I didn't sleep the day before. I was worried and anxious about today. So I was like, yes, no slides for me. Thank you. And also no suits for us. So thank you very much for affording us this opportunity to share this moment with you. It's quite a privilege. We don't take it lightly to be invited in such a gathering. The entertainment space is one of the very important spaces that which is an end user to beautiful designs, beautiful solutions that you guys have helped us with over the years. I remember during COVID, and now I'm diverting off my notes, they're not gonna help me. I remember during COVID, the world almost stood still, and the solutions that you guys brought, it made the world much more smaller, much more accessible, and most of those things that were already there. But I remember when we were talking about them yesterday, the culture within working environments where some people they want to hold on to things of the past, and I remember a beautiful lady was talking about how Teams was there, and then she introduced Teams in the office. And so when COVID came and we started using Teams, we started using things like Zoom. And for us in the entertainment space, we started also discovering some of the solutions that you guys had invented. And I need you to give yourselves a round of applause for the beautiful solutions that you always give us as end users, as content creators. You make the world move, literally. So to welcome my panel, I would like to start with Dr. Potela to give us an overview, clinically that is, Doc, the state of the entertainment sector in the Eastern Cape. Where do we come from? Where are we? One of the things we're going to talk about later is a question that we've been boggled with and attempted to answer. So what's next? Right now, everybody understands that when it comes to the entertainment industry in the Eastern Cape, it's harvesting season, ladies and gentlemen. You see it. It's the work that you put in. It's the work these people have put in. And if at some point we don't get together under the same roof as entertainers or everyone who is involved in entertainment and adjacent faculties, we might not know what to do with this beautiful energy that is around us right now. So this session is a session that is pretty much avalanche by such thoughts. And we appreciate it to be here. So Doc, you at the university, and you also at the Eastern Cape Audiovisual Centre. And I remember when the conversations around it and when it came about. So you actually have access to artists that are practicing, and you also have artists that are in school to go and get knowledge. So, and a vast, not just musicians, fine artists, for example, that you lecture as well. So please talk to us about that, and then from there, we will go to a beautiful, someone looks at WhatsApp and sees a magazine. Somebody sees a platform, a communication platform, and says, this could be a platform that can carry another platform. You hear what I'm saying? And Convenient Magazine, I want to hear about it. And I need you guys to hear about it and how it came about. Doc, I'll start with you. Thank you. No.
Thank you very much. I'm short.
You can go there.
Mfowethu, we are in the entertainment industry. Let me greet everyone this evening. I hope that virtue of us as entertainers to be the last, everyone is full. No one is hungry. Because we are going to laugh. We are privileged to be part of the summit. And we wish everyone to clap for the CEO and the committee that organized for this summit. Just we need that. You know, I'm not politicizing now to say in the Eastern Cape, we are not always fortunate to get an honor like this and privilege. We always observe this in other provinces. And I want us to acknowledge the sponsors that supported this summit today. For them, we wish that this will continue as an annual summit event that will include ourselves so that we can have the role to play, where we will entertain our guests, our speakers with our redemption in terms of music. We are not critiquing, but we are observing ourselves to say during the COVID, we came with the motto, artists in isolation. We were in isolation, and now we are coming now, after COVID, post-COVID, artists in the box. To unpack the artists in the box in different mediums of art, because we are not only focusing on the issue of music, other mediums of art we are covering, whether academically, practicing informal music. As we go across the province, we picked and identify as an entertainment industry the issue of Eastern Cape culture and tradition is still backwards. We are not sure because of we were not recognized. And also, we are trying to make a motivation kweza moto zakuthi sibheka kucentane nakugatyane masibe nomculo ozodlala umhlobo wenene, so that we'll be able these songs to be played on there. And these radio stations or the devices, because we are IT Summit, ought to be able to utilize devices such as USB. We moved from the transition of a CD to USB. And also the connectivity of Wi-Fi within, and we appreciate the TICS industry that they started to install their Wi-Fi's so that in the TikTok immediately enter in the space of the TICS. Stagnation of audiovisual centers, that we are still at analog. I think that one also the SAP Broadcasting was having a, I'm not sure if they are already completed the issue of digitalization. So we found out in the Eastern Cape we are still behind in terms of the studios to record the artists. We are an analog, but we already moved to digital. So we are still battling to digitalize our music. We are very loyal, I'm not sure, but we are taking another direction in terms of the culture and tradition and its implementation. Sizakwenza imali kwi-fashion industry ngemibhaco. No one ever knew that Eastern Cape ngokwemibhaco yethu ngokwe-fashion designers will be branding and taking over in a social media. I'm not sure. Ulusanda did exceptional job to promote fashion designers in the province. Now, so entertaining me craft here to in promotion of designers, because we are not only biased towards our music, also we are empowering the designers. Now, in the process of the entertainment industry, we picked the gaps within ourselves. One, the lack of technology access, lack of resources to explore the new methods, intervention from funders. We saw these funders at the national level, but not at the provincial level. I'm not here to politicize to say that, okay, the National Art Council is not coming to the province, but it's a fact that they are not coming. I'm not saying here the EGPEC, I'm not sure they are not there. Let's hope they are not here, because I'm serving to that council. But EGPEC is trying their own level best to reach to the poor and the rural areas in terms of its funding. But they are not getting enough funding. I so wish the Premier, unfortunately I was not here, the Premier should turn the wheel of looking at the Department of Arts and Culture as a strong pillar of rescuing the marginalized of the province and addressing the social ills. Because if that there is not investment on that space, would be always far behind. With a rich artist and a talent in the Eastern Cape, in KZN, there was a study that we are doing now, Forte, UKZN, and NMMU. We noticed that KZN, in all departments of MEC, the most pregnant, I will put that way, what they are using, pregnant name, pregnant department with funds, it's arts and culture. That's why KZN, telenovela is blooming, music is blooming, Tira, they are funded artists. But come to us, but we hope we will go there. We will get a solution within this summit. What to do? That is the lack of that funding, lack of education and awareness. We are moving from the academical perspective that Potelo is an academic with philosophy in terms of the PhD, cannot go back to to go and seek for an artist to be recorded. No, we go from that one that not all of us can be educated. We should move out of their offices in terms of educating them. Royalties, copywriters, sales, and marketing. Artists are dying poor. We don't know where are their royalties. A number of the legend in the Eastern Cape that they don't know where are their funds. I'm not sure there is a regulation that we should adopt, or we're not having protection within the legislative framework in the MEC of Arts and Culture in the province. But we have got a challenge on that space. Lack of opportunities to explore other mediums of arts. Now we go for our objectives. To explore the new tech now, because it's no longer about writing 12 songs. TikTok, 1 minute or 30 seconds can change your life. Are we supported in the Eastern Cape on that new medium? Or do we have to establish another postcard, so that people should understand the issue of Eastern Cape brand, not for us to go and migrate to Gauteng and UKZN. Because by doing so, we'll be improving and transforming our skills in Eastern Cape. Invest in technological infrastructure. I want to be honest here. I said I'm not going to make politics. I want just frank. We have got an invested center called Eastern Cape Audiovisual Center, which the infrastructure was obsoleted. But slowly but surely, we are inviting as entertainers that the center is available for those artists whom wish to record for free. We are going to record for free. I'm not sure. We will record because we want to expose any PT resource we have in the Eastern Cape, working together with the funders to make it a point that we will invoice later. But at the moment, to rise the Eastern Cape entertainment for free, using all the resources that we're having in our discipline of the universities. Forte is there to help that. I'm not promoting University of Forte, no? And other sister universities. To equip artists about their legal rights, as I mentioned, in the space of fourth IR. That's a problem there. Because there's a lot of, if I can borrow the word from the academic called plagiarism, there is a word that I can borrow from art called appropriation. We have people that now in this sport IR, they found Unowa Betusile. But they sing thinking that they sung better than Betusile. And their followers skyrocket more than the original artist. Now Betusile and Abangobe attention twisted to another direction. Then as he vote, as he gets a lot less voting for the representation of the province. So we're saying on that space of 4th IR, we ought to check the legal rights of that particular artist who is appropriated, let's not plagiarize, appropriated but incorrectly on that space. To introduce the tech tools for artists such as new softwares, I think Eastern Cape we should invest on this dongle process so that we're able to protect and preserve and promote our own music in the Eastern Cape. Now, as an entertainment industry, we came with a question that we wish all of us, we can be assisted to be answered. What transition to move to a new age and transformation? Let me repeat that one. What transition to move to a new age and transformation? Thank you very much.
Dr. Sipe Potela, ladies and gentlemen, it was very important to get the context, just so that whatever conversation we're going to have, at least we get where we are. Now I'm going to bring Utola Spelman, who has done a magazine, it's a digital magazine, one of the things I really love is new technology. I love it, even at work when I remember when ChatGPT came, I was going around SABC and like, guys, the world has changed overnight. And the things like being able to clone your voice, and then now my voice artist doesn't need to come to the studio. We can just license your voice because it's yours, and then you don't have to come here. I can text to voice a thing. It's amazing what you have done. So for us, this is very important. My brother, talk to us about, we have seen, when it comes to print media, we've seen companies close. We've seen magazines closing down. You saw WhatsApp and you thought a certain way. Convenient Magazine came through. Talk to us about that.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Pudumkulu. And once again, Mandiza Z said the name Gutola was Spielman, Ukzalwa from Ekhini, Kyle Sepai. I want to thank again the team working behind this summit to give us the opportunity to be part of it this year. Let me go straight to the point. So the Convenient Magazine, the first edition was on the 1st of July 2019, and that was 6 or 7 months before COVID came in. And it came about, I was from Johannesburg, I was on a flight from Johannesburg to PE. And on a flight, I realized there's a beautiful publication that was British Airways back then. And on that beautiful publication, what I've noticed is that there were businesses from all over the world, but there was nothing from Gqeberha. And for me, I've asked myself, these flights are coming in and out of Gqeberha, but they are selling nothing from Gqeberha. And I think the only business I remember from that publication was a guy from Johannesburg called, a brand called Tsepo Jeans, and that was it. So the idea came from there, and from there the thinking was, I want to start this publication, and I want this publication to be selling the talent that we have in the Nelson Mandela Bay. And I want this publication to be selling also the businesses that we have in the Nelson Mandela Bay, but I do not have the funds to start a formal publication. And for me, I'm very much of a person who's always curious on how do we problem solve than staying and dwelling on a problem. So I went to my mentor, I told her about the actual idea, and she said to me, it doesn't make sense. And I said to her, it doesn't make sense to me also. And she said, maybe let's put it down, then when it's down, we're going to see how it works. Unfortunately, she was the first person to be the cover page of the magazine because we were trying to implement the idea so that we can see it. By the time we saw it, we both were very much happy to start going about the magazine. So the actual magazine is distributed via WhatsApp, which is something very strange to most people. I heard someone saying yesterday, people says a lot that badlalo WhatsApp, and I'm thinking sitting there that at night or ex-any, whenever time, as I distribute the magazine, which is the magazine that I'm making revenue through adverts, I can be in my bed ex-any and be making money just pushing the publication via WhatsApp. And so from then, what we also have done with the magazine since its inception was to make sure it's for Nelson Mandela Bay, but people from out of the city and out of the province started to realize that they love the publication and the fact that it's very convenient, which is why the name Convenient Magazine, they really want to be part of it. But most of the time, people still feel like their details should be as personal as possible. But the reality is, our details are all over the place. But when it comes to sharing your WhatsApp number, people are very skeptical. But what we have done with the WhatsApp, with Convenient Magazine, we made sure that we don't expose people's data to the next person. So it's not a WhatsApp group, but it's a direct number. If you are subscribing, it comes directly to us. No one has exposure of your cell phone number. And that made a lot of people become more comfortable to subscribe on the magazine. The other great thing about starting the magazine is the fact that it also gave us now an opportunity to educate a lot of people about WhatsApp and educate a lot of SMEs on how to better their businesses advertising via WhatsApp. Because by the time Facebook and WhatsApp started to introduce WhatsApp as a platform for SMEs when the COVID started, we've been there for months. We already understood how to make sure people can connect their hyperlinks on their documents and share to the next person. So for us, this has been a great journey, and our aim currently is to also open the platform to a lot of young people, because we are realizing in the Eastern Cape there's lots of talented young people coming out from tertiary. They do not have the opportunity to go and implement what they have studied in terms of media. So we are trying to open that platform to make sure that young people get to practice, to get work experience. Currently, we have 4 young people. 2 of them are here in Gqeberha, 2 of them, they are based in Johannesburg, because we are also trying to grow our footprint. The crazy part about the Convenient Magazine is, I know most of young people in the Eastern Cape, it's their first time or they hear it here and then about it. But in terms of our numbers, which they are about more than 20,000 right now, most of them are coming from Gauteng. And we get a lot of invitations to attend events in Gauteng. And when we are saying, no, we are based in Gqeberha, people are always surprised because they assume the product is from Johannesburg. And that makes us proud. So throughout the journey, we have been able to make sure that we are creating this journey, and we are trying to educate people so that they can understand that they can take advantage of the technology, especially WhatsApp. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that's a spin-off from a design you guys did for something else, and then these guys, they see it for something else. With TikTok, for an example, there's new conversations around music licensing. There's conversations around music publishing. There's new conversations around talent scouting, for an example. So thank you very much. We are here essentially to really put pat to you at the back to say, we get you, we are the end users of what you guys do. Sandy is the head of news at Mpuma Kapa TV, a provincial TV channel. I'm very interested, Sandy, and I know being head of news, that's not all you do at a channel. I'm interested to know about the appetite of young people when it comes to content creation and how do they approach it when they come see you guys, and how you wish they would have learned how to do it, perhaps some of them, and some of the things that you feel like the support that you wish they could get. So please help us with that. Just enlighten us in that space.
Thank you so much, Lucky. Thank you. Let's try again. Thank you so much, Lucky.
You can just bring it close.
Oh, I must put it. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you so much, Lucky. Yes, I am Sandy McCowan. I'm not only head of news and current affairs for Mpuma Kappa TV, but I'm also head of content. And this is a new position for me. I've only recently taken it up, and it's been very exciting. Thank you. It's been very exciting working with a lot of young people who are so excited about content and content making. Now, one thing that I think has changed a lot in the TV industry and also in the media space in general is that anyone can be a content creator. Yes. All you need is Wi-Fi and a cell phone. And I think that is something that I have to take my hats off to the ICT industry, because without that, many people wouldn't have a job. And it's amazing how many people actually make a really good living just off minute videos on TikTok or a YouTube video. It's amazing, and it's something I think that many people need to realize, that it's really, really important, especially in the Eastern Cape, mostly in the rural areas, to roll out Wi-Fi, because it is an industry that needs to be tapped into. But getting back to content, we have a lot and a number of content creators who are so excited and have so many amazing ideas and concepts, but just don't know how to formulate it. So it's really exciting for us when we get very young and new content creators who come in, and we can sit with them and conceptualize and help them put together a series or a short film, a documentary. We also do reality TV and talk shows. So there is so much, and it's such a big space. But the one thing that obviously many content creators do find very difficult is finding like the money, the sponsorship. But like I said, things have changed. It's not so much about having huge cameras anymore and having lots of lighting. As long as you have a really decent cell phone, you can create the most incredible content, and no one will know that it was shot on a cell phone.
Yeah.
So it is really amazing what people can do with their cell phones. So we at Puma Kappa TV have a training department. We also take in interns, and we make sure that we develop our staff and our interns in order to be able to content create, not just in the TV space, but we also like to make sure that they can go into the media and the social media world as well, because that is very much part of the media platform. You can't think of TV anymore as just TV. We have to think TV, YouTube, social media, TikTok. If we're not working all those platforms, then we're losing out. So it's very important that we are ensuring that we have all those platforms working, and that all our developers and our content creators are working, and our news reporters, for that matter, are working with all the different platforms in order to get their content out. And for us, it's really exciting because some of our reporters especially is one of the platforms that we've been pushing. One of our reporters is sitting on 2 million followers. So we're very excited.
Oh man, thank you, Sandy. These two gentlemen, ladies and gents, Mafa and Betusile, we joke and goof around a lot together. Umafa is the longest, in the history of this country, is the longest standing breakfast show co-host, going 15 years this year. Then the longest serving breakfast show ever in the history of this country. 15 years. They've done it, these guys. And when it comes to influencing, normally you would see corporates, they would go to Instagram, they would go to Twitter. Facebook is normally viewed as the village of the three. No money there. These guys, they focus only on Facebook. This guy has been driven, I don't know how many companies have driven this guy. I don't know how many companies have driven that guy. He has won the Song of the Year using just social media. Now, Mafa, I wish these kids were here. Oh, they are. Yeah! Thank you, guys. Tell them how you did it. Tell us how you did it, and then Betusile will take it after you. Then if they have questions, I'll take 1 or 2 questions. I know there's Shugela in the house. They are a digital online store which has become staple in the pop culture. There's 043 Media in the house. I want to engage them as well. Mafta.
Okay, Betusile and I will share the 10 minutes because we're excited about what we're going to be revealing this afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the space of Facebook, when we started there, everyone was neglecting that space, going for Twitter, Instagram. But Betusile and I, we knew people who love us are within the Facebook space. So that's when we started utilizing that space, and it helped us to grow. Because for us, no Betusile, we come from Kajane, Alisdale. So we felt like these are genuine people who love us, who celebrate us. And that's when we started to utilize the space. You remember during the time of COVID, I mean, our business was gigs and everything. And then when the country was shut down, we didn't have anything to do. We sat at home, we were bored. We started to tease each other, like his Betusile and the other guys. And even the idea of the boxing match started there from Facebook, yeah, where I was robbed because I did beat him. But it's okay, I've moved on. It's okay, it's okay. So the idea started there. We started to come with those ideas. And we also started to do advertising of the Kasi brands. Because the guys were busy selling their brands. And we started talking to them. How can I advertise your brand with some little money? Because we're not charging them nothing. But we needed something because we were not gigging at the end of the day. But we were fair in pricing them. So we started doing that. And then when the country opened and things got better and we got back to our business of gigging, we got gigs. And hence you get many people, others complaining or having questions. Why always Betusile Noma found gigs? Is because we use the social media to advertise ourselves. We don't make it a family album. If you want to see our families, we're going to show you on our phones. So we use the social media to market ourselves. Whenever gig we go, we've got the guys that work with Lodi, work with Wabokam, Vanuba, Aviwe, where they take videos, they take pictures on stage. And people want to book people who are seen being busy. At the end of the day, we can't expect to get gigs, but people, they don't see you gigging, because they don't have any reference of your work. So that's how we have used Facebook more than any other platform on the social media. Yeah.
Duna?
Hey, I'm not a good speaker. All I know is to sing.
Yeah, you know how to sing.
maybe I can just sing what I want to say. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Betusile. I'm a gospel artist from Willowvale. It's just here by the beach. As someone who grew up in Willowvale and had ambitions of being a national, international musician, I tried to equip myself. I've learned sound engineering through the digital space, the YouTube. I've I've never went to a formal school, but I've taught myself through platforms such as YouTube, and now I can say I'm a qualified sound engineer because I'm able to produce. Yeah, and as Mafa said, we tried to use social media positively, not a platform to yotuka bantu and bashing politicians and government, but it's a platform for us to try.
It's not that we don't have our views about politics.
No, I don't have.
Rather keep
views. But we use it as a platform to try to collaborate the other sectors with our entertainment sector, because we have seen that our entertainment sector up at Eastern Cape kakulu, we don't have mines. We don't have businesses ezinkulu that creates imali kakhulu for abantu base Eastern Cape nemisebenzi. Most of people here, ngabantu ukuthi bavuka bazenzele, they wake up and design imibhaco, as Dr. Potela said. It's people who sell things in the streets, corners. So we tried to close that gap between the people abathengisa izinto ezumafa ichilo. We're collaborating with many brands, especially the local brands like Oshukela and others. And I was once signed by an international recording label, 2008, Gallo Records. And I've seen how artists are exploited in that space. And I decided that I want to be an independent artist and open my own recording company. And because it's so expensive to market, I don't have investors, I don't have people who can give me money to market my albums, to market my brands, and also to sign other upcoming artists from the Eastern Cape. So I decided to use what was on my hands, which is my phone. And I've marketed myself through my phone, through digital platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and I'm able to sell my music there because all the shops now are closed after
Is it
COVID.
safe though?
Yes, though there are other platforms as the parade our music, platforms, I don't want to mention them, but there are those safe platforms that we use to distribute our music, which is your Apple Music, your Deezer, your Amazon, your Spotify, yes, and there are others as well. So we try to use those platforms to distribute our music and also to make our brands out there. And we have managed to try to collaborate as well with the companies from the corporate, yes, yeah. Such as I'm a brand ambassador of Toyota, and this one is
I'm a brand ambassador of Kelstin Motor
Yes,
Group.
yeah. So when we approached them, we would tell them that their target market is in our followers. You see people who drive our cars mostly from Katyane, East London, Gquma, ezindawo zethu. So you can't go and sell a Toyota car on Instagram when the target market yakho ku Facebook. Yebo. You can't go and sell umbhaco mostly on Instagram. While the target yakho it's on Facebook, you know. So we're trying to close that gap and create collaborations as a right kakulu.
Thank you. A round of applause for these guys. And so, just to reiterate that this is just a demonstration, this is us saying thank you for what you designed. Keep designing. Keep designing, ladies and gentlemen. Hands, please. We hope we inspired you. We hope you go back and think, what else can I do for the creative world? My name is Lakim Makureni. I'm not going away. I'm going to let this as Doc, thank you very much. 30 seconds, sir. Your parting word you've observed.
I saw, fortunately, the students, applications for music, fine art, fashion design are still open. Thank you.
Where do we find you, sir?
I know everyone here, every 30 minutes you are on your WhatsApp. So please follow us on Facebook. If you can't take my number now, the number is 078-703-7820. 078-703-7820. You get the magazine.
Thank you very much. Sandy, 30 seconds, please. These ones, they're not going, these two.
Please watch Puma Kappa TV on DSTV channel 260. And if you want, or you have someone who wants to be a content creator, please hit us up. We are always looking for content creators. We want to fill our channel full with Eastern Cape content. And please watch us.
Thank you. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to my panel. You can go have a seat. Thank you, sir. Program director, do I? All right. Now, good things.
Ooh,
good time.
I've got chicken bums.
It's good bumps, by this. Goosebumps.
Yeah.
Don't go. Sit
Okay,
down.
no, I'm not going.
Don't go. Sit
Okay.
down. So we said, what's next? We're sitting and we having this conversation. And sit down. He wants to sing. And the reality then became that if we take this harvesting season as it is and we observe it as it is and we continue as if everything is normal, because when it's harvesting, it's not like it's normal, it's a special season. If as entertainers we don't get under the same roof at some point, we just might not know how to handle what we have built. We just might not know how to deal with it. One thing might happen and it avalanches to collapse everything. These two might have a disagreement and not know how to handle it, and everything goes. I'm just being hypothetical. So, it's very important then that everyone who's in the entertainment space to come and converge under one roof with every other adjacent faculty that works with and serve the entertainment space, including you guys, at some point. And we sat and worked on it. And ladies and gents, we are proud to come and present to you and tell you that the Entertainment Summit is coming to East London.
Yes, 2024. Woo!
Now, I will go into the properties of what makes that, because by virtue of the fact that it's an entertainment summit, then it won't look like any other summit we've been to. But this one will be a part of that, and I'll talk to that later. But before I go to that, I know Brad Thompson at the back is ready for us with so we can show you the visual corporate imaging, how we look like. So when you see that logo, you know it's those guys. And yes, sir. And my dear brother at the back, if we are ready, I'll just move aside, and then we'll see the official corporate imaging of the Entertainment Summit.
Yes, yes. Ooh. 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 Wow.
Keep it there, my brother. It looks great behind me. This is us, ladies and gentlemen. The Entertainment Summit. It will comprise of everyone, from film to hospitality, sport, everyone. And I'll get to it in a bit. I wonder if my brother at the back, you can assist me I said no slides for me. So we won't email you slides. We'll go to their website. Can we, these guys are flexing now. Can you show us how the website looks like, Brother Thompson at the back, and then I'll get into the properties of what makes up the entertainment summit that is coming to East London. And one of those properties is a session we call the Intertech session. The Intertech session is pretty much this, a space where the techs and the creators get under one roof and have a conversation. That's one of the properties. It is a 5-day event. Yes, it's entertainment. That's who we are.
Yeah, we know East London is the
That's what
capital of the entertainment in the Eastern Cape, so that's why we brought it here.
So let's break it down, ladies and gentlemen. The first 2 days is pure conferencing. Every day in the evening there will be exhibitions, there will be after parties, in a minimum like 2 after parties. So the first 2 days, that's where we'll have everyone here. Film, theater, you name it. And then you have you go and watch a comedy show in the evening, you go to an official party somewhere. And then day 3 is master classes and clinics. We will then be around town and utilize the whole of this city, East London, every venue. Orange Theatre, you will have your theatre going on there with Dr. John Gani and his tribe, and everyone else will go and have their own different master classes and business clinics that help the entertainment sector. And those will include, thank you, sir. You can hold it there. Hey, that's first. Hey, yeah. Hey, can we just, yeah. So I was on day 3. So it's master classes, shuttles around town, different venues, and then late after parties. And I'll tell you why these after parties are important. We call them, it's a property we call test parties. Some people are not conferencing people, but they want to meet you guys. So such spaces then are safe spaces for such people. Now, so that is day 3. Day 4 starts in the morning with something we call the Unity Walk. It's a symbolic exercise. Yeah, let's just have it there. It's a symbolic exercise that includes all the misfits, so-called misfits. I'm talking us as entertainment people. I'm talking LGBTQI+. I'm talking the Kusheshe guys, the BMW E30 spinning guys. I'm talking the bikers. Everyone, we walk. It's a silent walk from Fleet Street via the Esplanade down here. And when that walk ends, so picture it like this. This is us at the front, is bikers, at the back, flanked by bikers, and then at the front is BMW E30s, and then the police at the back, we go down. You meet people with murals, and. And then that day starts with that. We hope, I know the SABC has an SABC half marathon. We hope they bring it here so that it can go down via the other end. And then when that is done, that's where that day is dedicated for inspiration and tourism. Your shuttles are going to be able to take you to the bungee jump in Tsitsikamma. This is now how we spread it across the whole province. You'll be able to go to Mbongo and experience whatever you want to experience the whole day. And the only activity that will happen will be the BMW E30 spinning championships. And then when it ends, we come back for the after parties.
Ooh.
For the test party. Right? And then day 5, we will see the mother of all festivals here in East London that will boast of your A-list international artists. We're talking names like your Black Coffees, man. Come on. This is the Eastern Cape. Who are we, man? Come on. Ooh. And why are we telling you? Why are we here to tell you this? It's because it's not going to happen without you. It's a great friend of mine, Dr. Slepe, when we were talking about this, he said, like, this thing is going to need a lot of hands and count us in. His company's got advertising screens across the country. So we're having this conversation. And now, to quote him, this will need your hands to happen. It will happen. But everyone in the room by now is able to see themselves where they fit. Now, let's brag about what our CSI is. There's a project I used to do in 2012. We used to call it Sound Advice. So I would go to high schools, build a studio, put a classroom, build a studio, and then the matrics will have an extra class that day. And explain to them everything media, and then I'll give them tools, go back to class, go find news. And then I'll ask them, stand aside. Who are the DJs? That's like, come, I'll teach you how to edit, I'll teach you that. By the end of the day, they will all come back and listen to a news bulletin that they put together. So now with the Entertainment Summit, Sound Advice incorporates that, and what these guys have been doing to go to schools and motivate Abantwana besikolo and talk to them. It incorporates all of that. But now the ambition is that every township school should have a music production lab and a media lab where those kids can be able to go and just edit and fiddle, make pieces of music. You never know, when it comes to a piano, they become millionaires with one song. With an understanding that as Africans, one of the main currencies that we know, we are very good at sports and arts. It only makes sense that when it comes to arts, it should start at basic curricula, at least at high school. A kid should be able to go in school and do something artistic by default, not to have it as something that is special. So our CSI, then, Sound Advice, which you will assist us to take it further, that's the ambition. And now, in closing, ladies and gentlemen, you're supposed to see, so how does the Entertainment Summit looks like? Yes, we've presented, we talk, you get it. But how does it look like? I would like to invite the test team. We started this with Mafa, Betusile. Please welcome on stage Viwe Kaso, ladies and gentlemen. Viwe, where are you? Come, Viwe. And Nati Gola, please come on stage. Okay, please come on stage. These are the people who are working the Entertainment Summit. Nati, yeah. By the way, when we were talking about this, he was launching a family restaurant. We were sitting at that restaurant, and we were there to support and spread the word using social media in Gqeberha, and then we started talking about this. If you can assist us, Brother Thompson at the back, let's show the esteemed guests here, how does the Entertainment Summit looks like?
The Entertainment Summit 2024 is coming to East London. At the East London International Convention Centre, Day 1 and 2, come and rub shoulders and listen to the speakers who are the authority in the entertainment industry. You see, the entertainment industry in the Eastern Cape is growing, and it's at a point where it compels us as practitioners in the sector to converge under the same roof to unlock this potential, together with the opportunities that are available for the artists. So that is essentially what the Entertainment Summit is for. Day 3, we attend masterclasses in music, film, theater, fashion, hospitality, eventing, the business, and more. The business and more. Come and join the Unity Walk during Day 4 and be inspired while touring the home of legends. Experience the BMW E30 Speeding Championships, the week-long after parties, the beach activities, and the mother of all parties at the TESS Festival. Keep in touch at tessafrica.org.za. The best 5 days of your life at the Entertainment Summit 2024. See you in East London.
Woo! That is the Entertainment Summit, ladies and gents. Thank you very much for affording us this. Okay, come so that everyone can see this team. So, when is it happening? Just so that we can plan, all of us, properly. The Entertainment Summit takes place in December. It's a summer event. It's going to be your last calendar item. Some of us are going to close early at work. And then after day 5, you'll be sorted. When you go home, you'll be fine. What is it going to do? The East London, when someone in Belgium says, I want to go to South Africa for holiday, someone is going to say, go to East London in December, everyone is there. It's going to make us an epic tourist attraction. Not just tourist attraction, but attraction, really. We are already one of the cities of the world. So, in those words, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Entertainment Summit team. And we thank you very much.
So, next year we'll go something like this. Masambe se mont. Asambe se mont. Asambe se mont. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
What's the song? What's the song? What's the song? Are you there? Stand on your feet and dance with me. What's the one? For as long as Jehovah Magu, oh Mavula Valley. 1, 2, 3. Tina Singena Valley, Sipuma Valley, Singena Valley, Sipuma Valley. Oh Siraela Nake. Haya. What's up? The more we succeed, the more we are oppressed, the more we grow. Oh, Siraela Gakedo, oh, Siraela Gakedo, oh, Siraela Gakedo. Come on. For as long as Jehovah Magu, victory is guaranteed. Victory is guaranteed. Tina Singena Valley, Sipuma Valley, Singena Valley, Tina Sipuma Valley. Israel Agake. Listen. Does not sleep. ayakalala boze umtini Israel akalali ayaboze umtini Israel akalala boze umtini Israel mina ngizomemezela ngizomemezela Israel akaqedwa Israel akaqedwa Israel akaqedwa asa of God overcomes the world. Everyone born for the last time. This guy. What a song! Are you there? Israel akaqedwa Israel akaqedwa Israel akaqedwa for as long uJehova engakuwe umafula kuvaliwe thina singena kubali siphuma kubali singena kubali siphuma kubali Israel akaqedwa. Thank you. Thank you.
Kumiss wamets kelona. Thank you very much. Linda Mtangai.
Yeah, ne?
But I need your contact to speak.
Uyabona ngoku.
Okay, thank you.
I've got no words to say. I think, Chair, you must just come up. Uzoi, because now all that's going to happen is I'll vend it now. Aritama Iruna. Yeah, let's stop there. Let's stop there. Chair, please come up.
So, I think it was July. It was myself, Zwaipala, and Andile Ngaba. We had a discussion reviewing a meeting that took place in London of all the content aggregators. So in that meeting, it was YouTube, it was TikTok, it was Facebook, it was Amazon, the FANGs as they are called, and Google was there, of course, being YouTube. So it was a discussion about data traffic consumption globally. It was a global discussion. Then the report was tabled that data consumption, the highest, is coming from Africa. And the second part was, what is driving this data consumption coming from Africa? And then the pin landed in South Africa, that largely it was coming from South Africa. So the question was, what is it in South Africa that was driving data consumption? And then the answer was Amapiano. So it caused a lot of upset, we are told, in this meeting. So Zwai being there, being a musician, let me take a step back into time. So when I grew up, My parents used to listen to Mahlatini and the Mahotela Queens. So I do remember later in life, remember Lilizela? It's an age group one, this one, right? So, but I do remember though, Mahlatini himself complaining about his content rights that he was not enjoying in his last days. And everybody, I don't want to mention that record label, you all know it. Everybody that time, it was the Amapiano for my parents, that time. So in that review discussion, we then ask ourselves, are these Mapiano artists of tears here understand that driving content on TikTok, it is a revenue thing, not a thing of being cool because we've got so many followers? And how do they convert this discussion? So obviously you can see the profile of that review. We probably, myself and Zwei, I'm not sure about Andile, the other guy, we probably, I mean, my kids are under 18, so I listen to a lot of my piano of their own, including on my own playlist, let me declare that. So I do. So I don't listen to gospel only. But we ask ourselves a question, how then do we help South African young artists to understand that money is in digital content? It's not about likes, it's not about replays, it's about monetizing that content. So when the group of these artists who are largely working for SABC, I must declare, they've got millions of followers, we then had a discussion, what do we do to prevent in this era the cry of Mahlatini in the 90s when he cried about him not enjoying his royalties? Because at some stage we told them, you are going to be 50, you are going to be 60. What would you have done with all the stuff that you had done when you were young and then when you had energy? Perhaps when they are 50 and 60, there will be better versions of them. Definitely it's going to happen. That's a cycle of life. So they may not have the audiences and the attention for them to table their case in those years, as it happened to Mahlatini, because Mahlatini made his complaint, we were busy with Kwaito. So we're glad that they listened to the call, and we said to them, organize yourselves as music, digital content creators of the Eastern Cape, invite your peers. And then they started talking to Black Coffee and other stakeholders to say, let us learn to monetize content. Let us learn to understand it's just not pushing videos. It's actually a money business. And so we're glad that they've launched themselves today. Of course, it is going to be a conference or a summit. If it's for entertainers, of course, there must be entertainment. So we're glad that they've packaged nice entertainment, and I think it's the summit that we will support. We'll bring all the other stakeholders, such as TikTok, Meta, YouTube, to really support them and then help them understand the mechanics of making money so that it's not just about fun. So a round of applause to the chess team. Heike Umet's teacher, I don't want to talk about her voice. Ukola Ramandu, maths teacher, yo! Wherever she is, thank you so much. Colleagues, our focus is on 30 years of democracy in 2024. We want to elevate, review, and look at the strides that we have made as a country. In that discussion, we would like to host here at the ICT Summit 2024 that coincides with the 30 years of democracy, all the people who took part in putting together the first set of policies, 94, 96, that have driven and led us to be where we are, and have a serious review discussion on what do we do with the next 30 years. This is going to be the focus that we will be driving in 2024. Surely government, as you would recall, when we had the 10 years celebration of democracy, same as the 20th anniversary. Government will have their plans because it's a big milestone for the country. But we will also work with the applicable departments to elevate the achievements that we've made as the ICT sector. A lot has been achieved, but there is, as Madiba says in the book Long Walk to Freedom, as you keep on climbing those mountains and you take a review and look at the stunning view, then you realize there are still more mountains that we must climb. I think we must approach the 30 years celebration of the sector in that sort of context to say, like a great villager, we are on this beautiful landscape and we've got mountains and horizons that we must reach. What do we do in between? I think that the colleague that raised a question there about CIFA and CEDA, it is a fundamental issue that we must address in that cycle of 2024. It will not be a matter that would wait for the end when the summit takes place next year. A lot of our people, I ask, when you look at the Foundry, they recently closed it, was the fund that was opened by NASPAS to fund innovations. And I often look for innovations that come from rural communities and look for our people and we don't see them. So the low-hanging fruit, he is correct. It is CIFA, it is CEDA, and I think that we must begin to have that sort of conversation. When he raised those questions, I think he had a great point, and I don't want to even talk about TRAP, which is the Township Rural Enterprise Program that has been allocated R1 billion that has not been fully spent just to fund initiatives in the township and rural areas. And it has low, mechanisms of entry for all the participants. So we will drive that because we need to fund these ideas. And I think TIA being here this year, so TIA is here, is noting the deliberations. They've sent a delegation. We'll also look at merging what TIA is doing, although it's sitting in a sister department, Department of Higher Education and Training. We'll then draw them closer to what we are doing and make sure that we fund innovations. Our ideas don't die from our homes or from our spaces where we develop them. I think, colleagues, I was saying to Mr. Keisa here, I think, colleagues, the issue of rural footprint, just by the people who are standing here talking, I'm so-and-so from Libote, I'm so-and-so from Port St. John's, made me happy because if you do an audit from the participation of the audience, I did not hear much names of I'm so-and-so from Kabeja, I'm so-and-so from Emonti. We had a lot of participation for communities that traditionally were in the periphery of the work that we do as the ICT Summit. And we thank the partners that we work with in that space in making sure that we achieve that matter. Lastly, the issue of skills. This year, special honor to have the CEO of NEMISA here, but more importantly, what preceded this summit was that the department took a conscious decision to host its digital skills summit here. And many of us here as industry stakeholders, we took part in that discussion. Alongside of that initiative, we as the summit have brought the University of Fort Hare closer to what we do. And most of the youngsters that you even saw in the operations of what we were doing are youngsters coming from the University of Fort Hare who are in this space. And these are things that we are wanting to do. The issue of the learners, it's something we've been doing, and we want to thank STP at ELITZ again for doing an elevation and flipping the stuff that we've been doing. And I think that these are the small seeds that help us to get into the issue of making sure that as much as possible we deal with the issue of skills in terms of what we do in the sector. Last important thing, I mentioned this talking to Dr. Pali yesterday. Those who recall the summit when we all started, it was generally a boys' club. Generally, it was a boys' club. I remember those venues in the Radisson Hotel in PE, program full-on males. But even worse, it was not males that were African, that were in technology, they were just salespeople. So these are not people who were doing raw, real technology. These were people who were selling. I even at some stage made a protest. Does it mean that all our people in ICT are in the sales departments, business development department, and they are all selling to public sector? Don't you have black people who can sell to DHL, who can sell to a Take-A-Lot? So these were the things that we needed to unbundle. And the rate of women participation in the summit, of women who are doing real ICT, technical, engineers, software designers, for us is also one encouragement that when we do the 30-year review, we would make that submission as the summit to say, at least in the province of the Eastern Cape, this we have managed. The fact is, as I sit down to invite the production team, is that one of the things we have done exceptionally well, it is to elevate Siof Nemisa, small provinces, in the discourse of ICT. Because as we know, it's been the Golden Triangle, it's Gauteng, it's Durban, and it is the city of Cape Town, not even Western Cape, the city of Cape Town. We've now seen Eastern Cape, this province, leading the smaller provinces in the discussions of ICTs. 2 years ago, pre-COVID, we helped to launch the Limpopo Digital Summit. It was born out of this initiative. We sent our staff, we sent our team to go to Limpopo to launch it. Recently, we worked with Marilyn to help her to go support and launch the Northern Cape Digital Summit. Ngabantwana abaphuma apha kule summit. So when we see the work happening in Limpopo, when we see the work happening in the Northern Cape, we must celebrate it, we must support it, and we must make sure that we are there. Stoff, you were there, you know what happened with Limpopo Year 1. We made sure that it does not fail. And you played a leading role with Nasipi and the entire ICT Summit team to make sure that we deliver that summit. It's now standing on its own. And we are very grateful that we, this province, we've gone this milestone and to this stage. But we can't do this alone. It is the likes of Mr. Keise, it is the likes of Viana Chachana, it is the likes of Andile Ngaba, and the young brass that we've worked with that have really made sure that we do it, such as Toff, Daryl Dennis, as well as Siabonga Majipi, who have been with these summits from day one. And we continue to be grateful for them to see the vision of us positioning small provinces and bringing in SMMEs. Luvo says to me, he calls me president because of my role in the Black IT Forum. He says, President, I just thought of it this other day. If it was not for the summit, I would not be having these ISP licenses. Because I don't have to go to Gauteng for these sessions. They are here. Last week, when we were at AfricaCom, I go to some party, I get a guy, Mr. Keise, he says to me, I'm in the data center business thanks to you. And you know, sometimes you've got the Facebook friends, you've got the real life friends, then you've got the church friends. And I'm trying to navigate in which category of friends. He says, I'm from the ICT Summit. I'm from the ICT Summit because during AfricaCom, there were multiple small conferences on the side, and one of them was hosted by Terraco, the guys that built data centers. He says, I'm an accredited member, and I'm participating at Terraco. This is what we do in the data center. He says, I didn't even know. I saw you guys were posting an invite to come to East London. I thought I'm in construction. There are no RDP houses to build. At least I've got a full tank to go there and back. He says, I've been going there now for 5 years. That's the sort of impact that as we celebrate the 30 years achievements of the country, you've got to say ICT Summit is part of that benefit. Otherwise, we would not have all these means to do these things. Somebody to lay a foundation for us to do these things. My last plea before I call the team. Last year, we had an unfortunate incident. Very tragic. It really spoiled our December. One of our delegates, on his way home, got into a tragic car accident. We ask you, if you are tired, please don't drive. Take time off, rest. We know the summit's got all these interactions. We go to bed at 3, we're networking for all sorts of things. Please look after yourself as you drive home. If you feel that you are drowsy, make a pit stop. You can go to social networks, replay some of our videos, keep yourself busy, tell someone at home, I'm on my way. Don't take the risk, those who are driving, of saying, it's only 20 kilometers, I'll be home. Please, please, please. So drive home safely, and I would like to invite I asked them that the entire team must come, including the students from Forte. And I said, sometimes they walk around with pumps. So we were joking in the WhatsApp group that those who are wearing Crocs, it's your choice, you can come, but you're going to be in the pictures if you're wearing pumps, but sneakers are officially allowed. I'm not sure, Thompson, put some nice music and invite the team that puts this together, and then we can close the show. Thank you so much. Pala? Come, guys, from the university at the back. Masmakwabeleni, just don't feel a round of applause. Thompson, tech director, you must please come. You can look at the gender. In the part of mama, when the part of mama, look at this. Malibongwe, Kamala Makosikaze. Where is Thompson?
Piano is a big vibe, but the girls them know. Steadily, steadily.
Where's Thompson? Oh, he's still at the back. So he wants to finish playing the song before he comes. Thompson, please come on stage. So, Thompson is the technical director. This is the guy that keeps us all busy with the presentations and how the videos must look and feel. Yeah. Last time I checked, he was single. You don't have to worry about sound and AV in your house. He will sort you. So, colleagues, on behalf of the ICT Summit family, we really want to take this time and really appreciate all of you, together with all the, and the students, lovely and beautiful. Round of applause for our VVIPs. I don't even ask you to be surprised about their studies. These are serious people in tech. So we just want to really, on behalf of the veterans that are in front of you and the family of the ICT sector, and we really want to say thank you so much for putting together a good show. I know that the small stuff they asked us to fix, you'll make sure that they're done. Man. One more. Last one this side. Thank you so much. God bless you. Travel safely. Godspeed. Travel safely, colleagues. There's lunch downstairs and some more networking opportunities. Travel safely. Thank you, Mr. Keise.
I'm a piano. We go shoot, we go let them know. Now we dey run the town and any show. We got done any wolves.
Sorry. Sorry, guys, before you leave, before you leave, let's just make sure, Indoba, we understand. So the people with the green tag, lunch is in the exhibition area. So green tag, exhibition area. All other tags, all other colored tags, in the foyer downstairs, in registration area, that's where lunch is going to be. Green tags, exhibition center. And then all other tags in the foyer downstairs. Sharp, sharp, sharp.
Them know me. Since 06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know